know how you're doing today. Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Um, Here's the thing about it, and you know what? It's interesting because I just wrote an article about this particular new moon. And the thing about this new moon is it's a new moon in Cancer during Cancer season. And it really is a journey. And I think that it's a beautiful moon, but it may be very triggering. It may bring one's own insecurities rising up to the surface. Why is that? Because we talk a lot about the fact that one of the things that we identify when we're going through Cancer seasons is working into the space of allowing the reflection point of the internal self to reflect the external self. This is not easy work. One of the things we talk about with the ego here is the fact that our ego is always there to, in one way, shape, or form, to energetically protect us. It works in service to the self when it's working effectively. But this is why we always have to do the work of navigating the ego, because the ego's first directive is to protect the self more than anything, right? And when we're in that space where the ego itself is always in the place of being energetically protected, it sometimes builds too much of a blockage, right? And that's why we go through the journey of being able to navigate and recognize where our sensitivities are. Because again, when we're able to admit our vulnerabilities, right, in any fashion, be it one's voice like waning out in a moment that you're recovering, or we have a moment in conversation, the ability to navigate through it, the ability to find a way to communicate is what effectively allows us the ability to work through things. Now, and I wrote this whole information and relationality to this over on my Substack and Mystic Meditations articles, because one of the things we were talking about specifically with this new moon, and I want you to be very sensitive, I want you to be very careful as you navigate the work on the self in this capacity, because it's also the understanding that vulnerability is a gift, right? And this is the conversation that we effectively see during Cancerian cycles. This is why I love working through Cancer season, because it's the understanding that when we navigate the space of understanding that our vulnerability is a gift, right? That the reason that we hold our vulnerability as sacred is because there are those modalities where another doesn't necessarily hold our standards as we do our own. And we can look as it were, as the ego serving as the shield, as it ought to, right? The consideration point that we put forth in the aspect of the sacredness of the internal self that allows the ego to do the work in guiding through circumstances and scenarios. And the same work, right, the sorting process, we're also identifying that there's a lot of work that's potentially being done right now as it relates to healing from circumstances or situations that may have felt like they were demanding too much vulnerability from you. One of the things we were talking about in yesterday's reading, which was really beautiful. If you have an opportunity, I would love if you head over to the Substack to see the photo of it, because I've never had such a Cancerian card pull in all of my days. But there was something really beautiful in that observational point, right? The fact that our sensitivity is not a weakness, it's a strength. The ability to observe the sacredness and the vulnerability of the self as a gift. This is what helps us heal wounds that often occur when another person effectively tries to demand vulnerability from us in ways or spaces that don't feel conducive to our higher self. We often carry a lot of guilt from experiences of this nature. We feel a lot of that frustration at the self. We feel a lot of that moment of feeling like in some way, shape, or form we have failed. But this is the important thing that we navigate as it relates to healing wounds of that nature. And this is why these wounds of intimacy are so difficult to heal, because it's the observation frequently of unhealthy relationship dynamics where it feels like something is broken, but you just feel that sense with the self within that says, oh, it's broken, but maybe if I give more, it'll fix. If it's broken and I give more, that it'll fix. That's often indicative of spaces and places where we're not arriving to a relationship that is in attunement, but rather into relationships that are already building into the fault line of the fact that it's working towards the potential of what something can become rather than being able to appreciate what it is. Now, this is having a very different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is in separation, what we effectively noticed was occurring, and we saw that this was happening right around the time of the solstice. We saw a lot of the transition point of a lot of the energy in separation moving out of magician energy and moving into temperance energy. Why did we see a little bit of that change? I want to walk you through some of the pathworks that we've been seeing that have been occurring over the last few months. Over the last few months, we've seen that the energy in separation has gone through effectively three energetic cycles. The first one that we identified at the start of the year were the chariot partnerships, prioritizing the stabilization and the reliability that we find from counterpart in order to build the sense of trust, in order to build effectively. That then moved us into the magician relationships that were prioritizing the authenticity of self, the understanding of the lesson that when we are embodying our authentic self, we serve as a beacon that allows the perfect or ideal counterpart to find us. This brings us into temperance energy, because a lot of the energy that we see right now working on separation is either working in the space of healing from relationships that felt like they were moving them off of their own alignment point, right? Situations and circumstances where, and again, they were feeling like they were changing in ways that did not feel effectively towards the highest self. Or these are relationships that are now being built or starting to be formed in the space of being able to recognize and identify what it is around the self that one is effectively trying to work on. Now, this type of work is difficult, right? There's a lot of that ability to be fundamentally focused on the self, because it's the journey that we understand, that when we work on ourselves to understand the capacity of who we are and what it is that we're working on, there's no better gift that we can bring our energetic counterpart, because we don't look to counterpart to fix us. We don't look to counterpart to change us. We don't look to counterpart to make us well, but we effectively arrive to those relationships already understanding where the work is. And it doesn't mean that it's perfect, right? It doesn't mean that we entirely understand the map of the self, but this is what brings us into better harmony, because being able to identify where the work is that you're doing allows for an easement point as it relates to building healthy relationships, because it doesn't feel like there's so much of that energetic confusion that we arrive towards. And that brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. And for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, what we effectively see as occurring is we identify that this is a lot of those magician partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union. And for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is the identification of understanding and appreciating the vulnerability necessary in order to facilitate a healthy energetic connection. You'll remember that a lot of the prioritization points of those partnerships was specifically in the space of acting as the clear mirror for the self. And what's beautiful about a lot of that work is that identification point in relationality to feeling like they are healing in concordance with building a relationship with one another. What do we see that the magician relationships are doing right now? They're working to dispel. They're working to dispel unhealthy paradigms. They're working to dispel unhealthy internal beliefs that we carry within our person that we often pick up in spaces and places of trauma. Well, this work is important, and there may be a lot of frustration or a lot of anger that may be coming forward through some of these connections, because one of the first things we encounter on a healthy healing journey is the audacity, right? It's working through the anger, it's working through the frustration, but it's in that space that we're able to work through it, that we're no longer holding on to it. And it feels like we energetically arrive to a counterpart that is able to see us in our clarity. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, you'll recall that these are a lot of those chariot partnerships that were forming way back at the start of the year, all the way back to January. For a lot of those relationships, being able to build upon the stability of partnership is allowing one to move towards the inner sanctum of self. And what's beautiful about a lot of the work that we see that's occurring there is we identified that there's a large expansion moment that may be happening as it relates to manifestation goals. We talk about a lot about this in the space of the idea that we can look at a manifestation, a healthy manifestation, much like we can look at it from the point of view of a healthy ego, which is just as we continue to grow in partnership, right? The partnership is the place that we come in order to transform in ways that delight and surprise us. We see that so too our manifestations change and adapt to the energetic arrival of self. And what's beautiful for a lot of those relationships is they're not only moving together, but they're recognizing the transformational quality of manifestations in the space of the healthy manifestation that allows one to see more. And when you see more, you expand your horizon in terms of the possibilities of what it is that you're trying to arrive to. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to, but let me know in the comments how this particular new moon energy is affecting you. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more from my subscribers. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also doing 2 contests today. Our first contest is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that contest. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So thank you guys so much, and make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out for those who have not received these messages before. How are you doing today, guys? So good to see you. Alicia, thank you for joining us. And Koleon, thank you as well. V, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share live. We're doing an SMR version of the Divine Energy Update today. I'm okay. Listen, Adam, it sounds far worse. It sounds far worse than it feels. Okay. It's going to be fine. How are you doing? I am going to drink some TV. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for sharing the live with Adam. And Adina, thank you for those gifts. Feeling easily frustrated and annoyed, I will point out, I'm trying to warn you guys about this. That's why I wanted to come on today. Like, I'm going to tell you, this is type of new moon in Cancer can really work into the space of making one feel extra vulnerable. So if you're feeling physically or spiritually, so if you're feeling extra vulnerable right now, I want you just moving towards doing the work in terms of facilitating and taking care of the self, right? Honor your vulnerability and move in the space of understanding that your vulnerability is a gift and treat it accordingly. Grand Rising, Heather, good to see you. You barely slept last night. I was having constant nightmares. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, Adam. But I'm telling you right now, it's I literally titled the Mystic Meditation article that I wrote, Plumbing the Depths of Vulnerability, right? It can feel a lot like it's a lot of that work in terms of being able to honor the things that we hold anxiety towards, right? But I need to point this out. When we honor our anxiety, right, and we move in accordance to it, it allows us to kind of work in a space that feels like it serves this, like it serves not only the self, but those around us, right? Making sure that you're not projecting that, making sure that you're not expressing the frustration to others, right? This is going to be really important. I'm also going to tell you, I'm picking up the fact that it's feeling really cryptic around here. This can sometimes happen when there's a lot of Cancerian energy. It can be a lot of that, like, what did you mean by that? You know what I mean? So just make sure that you're being patient with yourself. Make sure you're being patient with others. If something doesn't feel like if something doesn't feel like it's clear, make sure that you work towards clarity, right? It's going to be important. Having a hard time sleeping too, and scary dreams. I'm sending you so much support on that, Lee. And I will point out, we do dream interpretations here, even for the scary ones. So if you have a dream that you want to get interpreted, you can just put those in the comments when you send a donation, or you can post it in the notes over on our subscriber-only Discord channel, and we can try to unpack what the vulnerability is being expressed in the dream space. Hi there, Metal. How are you doing today? Peace and love to you as well. Grand Rising, Bridget. Good to see you today. I hope you're doing well too. Ivana, what are your thoughts? I'm going to be completely honest, Vana. In terms of the terminology, I'm not familiar with that terminology. I definitely am happy to investigate it further. There's a good possibility that I know what you're speaking on, but I might call it something different than you yourself are referring to it to. But thank you for thank you for asking that question. I hope you're having a great day as well, Angel. And thank you so much for those gifts. Zachary, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, Mischievous. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And Betty, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Blessings to you as well, Metal. Hi there, Sofa. How are you doing today? Grand Rising, Haley. Thank you so much. Lolo, my client didn't show up. I'm glad to catch you, but I hope you're feeling okay. I'm actually, you know what I mean? You know, the truth of it is, and I'm just like, I'm laughing about it because I was like, yeah, Cancer, full moons, vulnerability. And I wake up and I'm like, there it is. There it is. There it is. It's okay. It's not even like I'm sick. That's a funny thing. The voice just decided to take a little vacation. Yep. Haley, I think I'm having more. Oh dear. Oh, make sure you're hydrating, make sure you're resting, dear. As I said, make sure you're prioritizing care of self right now. I'm sending you support on that journey. Thank you as well, Lisa. Good to see you today. I had your, oh man. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Haley. And Creative, thank you for the follow. Harmony, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation as well, Creative. Absolutely. I'm glad that you're here as well. Good to see you as well, Miss Nikki. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Hi there. I'm having a hard time this new moon, and that's why I wanted to come on. I know, because new moons like this, they can feel very expansive, but they can bring a lot of vulnerabilities to the surface, right? So that's why we're here today. Oh, there are my earrings. What part do you want to see? I've got a lot of them. It's a little hard to show the camera, Cassandra. I'm tired of walking. I know, Robert. But again, if you're feeling like that, I want you to think about working in service of being that flashlight, you know, continue to kind of work into the energy that feels like it serves and helps those around the self as well. Relaxation day and setting intentions. Love to hear that, Creative. All right. And thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It's all right, Bridget. It's not as bad as it seems. Hi there, Pap. Good to see you today. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. I sound like Delia. Who's Delia? Which Delia? It's all right. I feel like I sound extra sultry today. We're doing an ASMR version of the Divine Energy Update today. Oh, Haley, everybody's having a lot of nightmares. Oh, my friends. But as I mentioned, you know, I got to point out, I think it's the combination of the fact that we're going through a Pluto retrograde, okay? And at the same time, we've got the Cancer new moon in Cancer. So it can work through a lot of those feelings of feeling emotionally exposed, either in the dream space or like this, perfect case in point. But this is why we kind of like work through it. And we were talking a lot about this in the readings that we were doing, right? Because when we're able to honor our vulnerability, right? When we're able to recognize and identify what it is, it allows us to work through it, right? It allows us, and sometimes we need to give ourselves a little bit more patience. Sometimes we have to work through a little bit more of that frustration. But this is the type of work that this kind of new moon energy draws out within us. Oh, thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate you. And Lolo, thank you for extending your subscription. Good to see you today, channeling. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and thank you for recharging your heart needs. Grand Rising, little vamp. Thank you for that gift, Bridget. I have to go sleep. No, make sure you go get some rest. Make sure you go get some rest, Kay. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I need to sing Sticky Shoes Phoebe's song from Friends. You see, I watch that show. I don't know the song. I never got into that show. Thank you as well, channeling, and thank you for sharing the live, and thank you as well, Robert. And thank you, Betty, for subscribing. Good to see you today. It's sharing the good intentions with all. Tap to claim, lovely. And Delia, thank you. Oh, from the radio. Okay, thank you. Oh, Delilah. Oh, you mean Delilah from the radio. Oh, man, what a blast from the past. Yeah, extra sultry. ASMR. It's good. It's good that I have the microphone. I should start doing that. Hi there, little hog. Yes, we've got the saucy voice going on today. It makes me want to scream at the screen and say, "Don't raise your voice." I know. I'm not trying. I'm trying very hard not to. It'll be fine. Little Van, thank you for sending the heart means. I appreciate you, and thank you, Lola, for subscribing. Glad for you to be here as well, B. Grand Rising, Doll, Rue, Rod, and Bluma. Thank you. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for today. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from Spirit. We also do angelic guidance. We do life path readings. We do past life readings. We do mediumship readings. We do love readings. You can see and find the full list of readings over on the tree with links in it in my bio. Also, if you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. I want to thank everybody who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. We're going to talk about the symbology of that card. We're going to talk about the history of that card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, so how you can read that card in any direction it might appear in your own readings. I'll also be presenting you a unique spread to take with you from that class. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time to join, because you've got a couple of weeks before our next class, so it gives you ample opportunity to be able to bone up on anything that we've been studying. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we are learning or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to, if you choose to receive it, a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining in our classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also get to find my mystic meditation articles there, which I also post. I just posted one last night talking about this new moon in Cancer, how to work towards it, how to help work with it towards your manifestation goals. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you have information that you feel is relevant for our reading today, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have thank you, Amelia, for getting on the list. If you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. That said, we are going to get started, and if you're joining us across the other apps today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my Lio. No worries, Jamie. I understand. I know sometimes it's easy to hit that request button. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For obvious reasons, I will be keeping the list a little short today, so I will stress that if you want to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later if you'd like to secure that spot. Fiona, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day today. So good to see you here, Spirit Junkie, and thank you for getting on the list, Amelia. Fiona, thank you for the follow. Hi there, TC. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for today. And thank you for the help, Bridget. Lolo, if you need to watch, if you need to catch any of the past readings, are all up on the place where we keep the videos. And thank you, Amelia, for becoming for those gifts. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started today. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, please remember, we have a special contest that's occurring between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. We're doing a free reading for the highest gifter. Please note, Amelia, I will honor the fact that you sent the gift reading in, but the gifts will be paused for readings until we complete the contest. So starting from now until the completion of the daily collective read, whoever gives the highest gift will also be winning a free reading. That said, as I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. And that said, you know what helps? It helps if I have my mic on. And for anyone who was trying to catch the podcast yesterday over on the Substack, I was notified that there was an audio issue. Rest assured, we've gone ahead and we've posted the corrected. We have posted the corrected one up there. So if you wanted to catch the podcast for yesterday, it is now available. Excellent. And thank you guys for sharing the live. Hi there, channeling. I was going to say, it sounds like you're using your voice a lot. It's all right. It doesn't sound like the mic was on. Does it sound like it's on now? I want to make sure it's on. It does. Can you hear it? Thank you for letting me know, channeling. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Simone, thank you for joining us. Thank you as well, Jackie and Carol. All right, that said, no better time than the present. It might also sound like the mic's not on because I'm not speaking at my full volume. We might have to do a mic check. Do you guys hear me okay? Okay, it does sound like it's on now. Okay, good to know. Thank you for letting me know, dear. And also, as I mentioned, friends, we're doing a contest. We're doing a contest right now as well. When we get to 50K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 12K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Hold on a minute, let me just rephrase that. All right. And if you have information that is relevant for our reads today, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also include it when we, 1 minute, there we go, free reading giveaway at 50K. You can also include it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, June 25th, 2025. What do we have coming from the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are our 10 of Swords in its upright, in combination with our Strength card in its upright. Welcome to the new moon in Cancer. The thing about the new moons in Cancer, they're going to be working you in the space of your vulnerability. They're going to be working us through a lot of the hard, it's like a lot of the hard part first kind of energy. Now, one of the things that we talked about coming into this Cancer season, you'll remember that we were working through, we had Jupiter and Mercury that kind of heralded us into this Cancer season. And it almost felt like it came on a little bit earlier than it typically would for that reason, because that this Gemini energy that we just left was very difficult in the space of understanding that it was allowing for a lot of expansion, but a lot of that expansion point may have felt like you were trying to go through periods or spaces of overwhelm, right? I kept on saying that a good way to kind of recognize how you were handling that Gemini season was like, how did you feel when I said the words, there's a lot on my plate, right? Does it create that feeling of excitement? Does it feel like it creates that vibration of delight? Or was it something that felt like it was too much of an energetic burden? Now, one of the nice things that we see, and we're recognizing, particularly as it relates to relationships, is this Gemini season that we're just departing from had a lot of concentration and communication in relationality to change, understanding that relationship is not where we go to stagnate. The one thing we are sure to find in relationship is change. When we're in healthy partnership, that change feels like it is transformative. It feels like it is expansive. It feels like it is the celebration of self that we approach as we move deeper into connection. However, when we're in unhealthy connection, sometimes we start to feel and experience those experiences that feel like they are distortions, those modalities or those moments that feel like we're changing in ways that we ourselves don't desire or aspire to. A lot of the work that I keep on seeing right now coming through this particular Cancer new moon in Cancer season has to do with honoring the space of vulnerability. The difference between weakness and vulnerability is the amplification point of choice, right? It's not easy to be vulnerable because vulnerability articulates upon the fact that it is a choice. However, we also have been seeing that this is a continual conversation as it relates to how we treat vulnerability, that space of understanding and observing the preciousness of vulnerability is one where we feel that our standards are held as they would be our own, right? And what's beautiful about all of this is it's a conversation in relationality to the importance of the ego. Now, one of the things that we often identify is there's this feeling that we just need to shuck off the ego, that it's something that is a burdensome, that it's something that isn't wanted. But you have to understand that one of the things you have to understand is everything that we have is a gift. Everything we're given is a gift, including the ego. The ego acts effectively as our first protector of the self, right? And this is often why we have to work to regulate our egos, because you have to think about the ego almost like a defense mechanism. And when the ego is too overactive, right, what happens? We get too defensive. We start pushing away instead of being able to be in a space of consideration, right? This is a lot of the work that we see here, because the journey of the self, and this is why we were talking about the fact that we see that a lot of the energy right now in separation is moving into temperance energy. These are the temperance partnerships that are starting to take form right now. Because what we identify with temperance relationships is the ability to navigate through hurts, right? The ability to understand the pain that we're carrying, and to understand if it's something that we hold sacredly, something that we feel that occurred that should not have occurred, versus those modalities or moments that feel to a certain extent like the expansion in relationality to something that occurred to us. This is how we effectively heal, and it's not easy, because the ability of doing so is also bringing us into a lot of the work of Chiron. And one of the reasons I'm also seeing that there's a lot of that heightened sensitivity right now is the fact that Chiron and Eris are almost on top of each other. They're in very close proximity. So how will we navigate through the energy of working through the vulnerability of the self? Center card for today's spread. We have here the Six of Pentacles in its reversal, right? When we look towards the space that our vulnerability should not be demanded from us, but that our vulnerability itself is sacred, right? This is often the sound you hear as you start to build standards for the self, right? It's serving the self in accordance with the recognition of holding the standards. And then again, when we come into new connections with others, we take that time. We work in service of our standards to identify and recognize if another holds them as we do our own. This is why you'll recall, you remember how I talked about so many of those magician relationships that were moving deeper into union, were letting Saturn do the work because they had been healed. They're in the process of healing from disembodied manifestations. And what are disembodied manifestations? Disembodied manifestations are energetic, are spaces or places when we're not necessarily moving in accordance to our manifestation goals. And that can effectively occur in one of two different modalities, right? That is either a one person, like an individual, or a scenario or situation where a goal is articulated, right? A goal is articulated, but another does not move in the direction of it. They don't work in service to it. And that's the thing about it. We work towards our manifestation goals because the healthy manifestation goal is one that changes us as we move closer towards it. It's something that we allow that celebration of self, because it's the transformation of self that is the gift that a manifestation brings. Meanwhile, and this is more difficult, these are relationships or situations wherein another is healing from a manifestation that was articulated, less from the space of another that truly desired that, but more acting towards, I keep on hearing, like the lip service we give another, but we're not being completely authentic as it is to what we truly like, what we truly desire or what we truly move towards. So you can see why for a lot of these magician relationships, letting go of that frustration, right? Almost like letting off steam, if you will. The first thing that I keep wondering, the first step you will encounter on the path of healing is often the audacity, because it's the recognition of seeing what was missing that fortifies you in the security of what you're moving toward. But sometimes that's why things start to hurt more. Well, for a lot of the energy right now in separation, I keep on seeing that the beauty of a lot of those relationships that are taking form right now have to do with, and I just see a lot of the energy in separation, doing the work in understanding the map of the self. Because when we understand our map, there's no greater gift that we bring to counterpart, because it is the relationship and the energy that says, I'm not here to be figured out. I'm not here to find myself. I'm here because I know who I am. I'm here because I know what I want. I'm here because I understand the self. And when we build into counterpart relationship like that, it allows for that point of fortification, because it doesn't mean that there aren't places that we are perfect, right? There's always those like unclear spaces on our own map of self. But when we understand that, we can navigate them together. This brings us to our fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread. And that is our Tower card in its reversal, in combination with the Queen of Cups in its reversal. Now, for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, everything I keep on seeing occurring right now, deep within divine union, you will recall that these are a lot of those chariot partnerships that we spoke about. For a lot of these relationships, the stabilization of the self allows for a lot of that internal journeying. And one of the things I keep on seeing here is I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, deep within divine union, overcoming, I keep hearing overcoming long held wounds, being able to recognize and identify something that you are working to build, I keep on hearing building into the context of self stronger, right? This is what we talk about in the beauty of building into a relationship that honors our vulnerability, because in the space of honoring vulnerability, we become stronger, right? This is why it's really important that we never enter a relationship that simply pads the energetic ego, right? Because it's a lot of the energy that we see that allows for that space of being able to articulate and identify something with deeper clarity. I keep on hearing the ability to be able to put something into words that one hasn't been able to put into words before, right? That understanding of I keep on hearing the force of strength, or what it takes to be able to navigate through energetic hurdles. I just keep on identifying that there's something about that that feels incredibly stabilizing for a lot of the energy within that context, because it is the reaffirmation in terms of recognizing and identifying the gift of ourselves that we communicate through when we're able to talk about things that are not easy to talk about. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Swords in combination with our Strength card in its upright. We have here our Hangman in its reversal. So this is going to be a continuation of what we're discussing in relationality to the sensitivity point of this particular new moon, okay? It is I remember how I said, I described it, I think I described it yesterday as like a multi-moon, right? It's working through the adaptability of self. We're coming out of those Gemini lessons that talk about the fact that healthy partnership is not just one that allows for the context of change, but it's the context of change in the periphery of expansion, right? It is the understanding, and it's the understanding. I keep on hearing, we don't like, we don't enter partnership to say surprise me as it relates to manifestation goals. It is the fundamental aspect of what it is that is important, right? It's a lot of that identification point. And this is what we mean in the journey of working through vulnerability, right? Because weakness is something you can't help, right? If you're just weak, you're weak. You can't help being energetically weak. But when you are strong, right? Like when you're strong and you have to be vulnerable, that takes a little bit of work. Like that takes a little bit of work, right? That's creating that space of being able to identify something. And this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships that are starting to build right now, this is the energy that is basically encountering counterpart and saying to one another, right? My ability to know the self is the greatest gift I bring to partnership, because it's a space that we say, I'm not going to surprise you. I'm not going to surprise you. And it's not, and here's the thing, I will surprise you, but I will surprise you only in ways that delight you, right? Because and this is why it's so important, you have to understand, this is why it's so important that our egoic self and our higher self are working in accordance to one another, right? Because, and this is what we see with the journey of the crab, because the identification point, I like to point out a good allegory for the way that we should look at our egos is much like the shell of a crab. It doesn't do anything fancy. Okay, it doesn't do anything fancy. I mean, it's pretty, but it doesn't do anything crazy. It doesn't go all out. It's not like a big shell or anything like that. The outside of the crab is basically just holding the framework of the crab itself. The crab needs that thing. It needs that thing. It would be too vulnerable without it. And this is how we heal our egoic wounds, right? When we look at our egos in much the same way, which is to say, to honor the space of the part of the self that desires to protect the self. And sometimes you got to check it, right? Sometimes you got to say to it, buddy, you got to calm down, right? Because it gets, right, like, or when we're feeling weak. And this is why it's important that we have to work towards vulnerability. Because when we feel weak, we get triggered, and then our ego puffs out, right? It's like our ego puffs out. But when we are observant, right? Then when we're observant and we move in accordance to our healthy energetic ego. And if another person takes it personally, then it often serves an understanding of why the energetic ego was there in the first place, right? Because I keep on hearing the message. We hold standards and we wish we didn't have to hold them, right? We hold standards and we wish we didn't have to hold them, but alas, we do, because we hold standards for those moments where another does not hold our vulnerability as something that is energetically sacred, right? And in that way, we understand that the ego, like when we're working in the space of maintaining a healthy ego, it works in service to the self because it's there. And this is why often it's not about, and when we build into the context of the healthy ego, the ego is very much the same as our internal self. Like what's out there is the same as what's in there. And then when we build into healthy partnership and the ability to get to know one another, it feels like the greatest gift, because it's that observation of saying it's the same all through. It's just bigger in there. There's more of it, right? It's the identification point of that expansion. It's the celebration of the fact that it is reflective of ourselves. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is the energy that, and this is a continuation on the journey of being able to love this, right? Because this is the beauty of the space that we see in like the last 3 journeys that we saw through these full moon cycles, because there's lessons that connect to themselves. And the first lesson effectively says, right, when we're trying to, like, we don't have to be the modality of what we arrive towards. What we put our force of intention into, we move into deeper alignment with. We build into that context with the force of intention. That's what we often learn through a Taurus like this. That ability of understanding the gift of rigor, doing something over and over and over again until it becomes second nature. And then we come into the space of the Gemini space where we talk about the array, the expansion of self, the possibilities that arrive as we navigate the rigor of self. Because when we, again, a healthy manifestation isn't what you get. Often you do something to reach a goal, but then in the reaching of the goal, you're open to expand the possibilities of what you arrive at in the skill, the technique, the state of self that you needed to maintain in order to persist to that goal. And then when you come to that expansion point, and this brings us into Cancer season, it's the identification of the embracing of the self, the journey of finding the self, where again, the ability to identify and to celebrate who we are, all of that Sagittarius full moon energy, that ability of like finding the celebration point, this allows us to find others who see us in our majesty and they celebrate us there as well. It feels like the arrival to the self that is demarcated in being the authentic self, because then you find others there who honor that space, and you will encounter rejection along the way. But that is why we talk about non-attachment, because the non-attachment that we talk about when it comes to experiencing rejection has to do with dwelling in the realms of one's own authenticity. Because that basically says, if I like who I am, and I like what I do, and I like what I see, and you don't like it, that's cool. That's cool. So be it. It's all right. That's all right. You don't have to be everybody's cup of tea if you're specialty. But that's why we see that when we build into that, these are the relationships that are valuing that quality over quantity. This is the energy that is saying, I'm working on the journey of the self that is not meaning that it is perfect. But I want someone to understand. I want to be able to build with someone that understands that that is something that we move towards with continual effort. It's something that we always focus on, and it's something that requires perpetual attunement, right? Because it's not necessarily the modality where you just hold a certain direct like position, but you approach situations as they're needed. You adapt oneself to the environment. So everything we see, and this has to do a lot with that Cancerian lesson that we talk about as it relates to the energetic space of the stabilized ego, because that is the energy that articulates and dictates that it's okay even to be firm about things. Because if it's firm and you have a reason to be firm, right? The healthy space of being firm always has a reason. The higher self always, if you're ever unsure of something you're being firm about, sit down and have that conversation with itself. Why is this so important to me? Right? What will the ego say? Because I want it this way, right? What will the higher self say? Give me a minute. Let me walk you through it. Continuing to get clarification between our Strength card and our Six of Pentacles in its reversal. We have here our Page of Cups in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy that we see right now, and this is bringing us to a lot of those magician relationships that are building into deeper connection at this time. I told you that this may be a lot of release of frustration right now. This may be a lot of that release as it relates to articulating upon those experiences or those circumstances and situations wherein we feel that we weren't necessarily moving towards something. And this is why the first step in healing or moving into divine union is often releasing a lot of frustration. Because, we talk a lot about this. Sometimes those unhealthy places that we're in, they either build into the context of changing us in ways that we don't desire to change, or they make us embody things about ourselves, or they make us internalize things about ourselves that are not true. Because often the unhealthy relationship can often be a space that we have to internalize things that aren't true in order to remain within them. And this is why it can be so frustrating when we find that healthy relationship, when we find that healthy partnership, because it's the modality of the expansion point in being able to see what the true energetic problem was as it relates to past experiences. And sometimes that's fortifying, but it can also feel very frustrating, because this is the energy that understands that the journey to find what is missing is often not staying in a space and going, why isn't it here? But it's moving towards the space that you find it and going, oh, now I see it. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Pentacles in its reversal and our Tower card in its reversal. We've got here our Nine of Wands in its reversal. And one of the things we see right now that is so beautiful is we see a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union doing this type of work. Are things perfect in divine union? No. It's not that things are perfect deep within divine union, but it's the recognition point in being able to work through things. And this is the gift, right? This is the benefit of mapping the self. Because when you map the self and you enter into healthy partnership, you're able to take notes, right? You're able to have others point things out to you, right? You're able to work into that space that feels energetically constructive. And even here, I gotta tell you, there's a lot of the energy deep within divine union working through spaces and places of high sensitivity, right? There's like high attunement conversations that are occurring deep within divine union. And often a high attunement conversation is, do I have a right to be bothered by this, right? Is this something that is within me or outside of the self? So I keep on seeing that this is a continuation of the fact that there is a lot of alignment that's coming through during this Cancer new moon, because it's articulating upon and expounding upon vulnerability. It's being able to talk through it. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like, this is the energy that longs for the embrace of the vulnerable, because it's the ability that allows us, when we talk through our vulnerabilities and we are held there, it feels like we are energetically embraced. But that's why we have to work on healing ourselves, because when we're feeling vulnerable and we're not ready to navigate vulnerability, what do we often do? We project it out onto another person, right? I'm feeling vulnerable, it's your problem, right? The vulnerability is a gift, it's not a problem. And that's why when we honor our vulnerability, we don't make it the problems of others. We just articulate upon it. It's what I keep on hearing. Because vulnerability is a gift. Continuing to get clarification between our Tower card in its reversal in combination with our Queen of Cups in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? There's that Nine of Pentacles in its upright. And we love to see a Nine of Pentacles. Because when we are in our most vulnerable, and we honor our vulnerability, we talk to the vulnerability and we understand what it needs, right? And that's not the energy that says, I gotta go, I'm feeling vulnerable, bye. This is often something that those with Cancerian placements and Sagittarian placements need to work on a lot. This is like why right now this may be feeling like very triggering stuff, especially if you carry, I'm just seeing right now, if you carry a lot of Sag placements right now or Cancerian placements, this may be feeling like a very triggering new moon for you because, and we talk a little bit about this, like Cancerian energy. What does Cancerian energy like to do when they're feeling vulnerable? Like they like to close the shutters. They like to go pop. They like to close up. And Sagittarians, right? Sagittarians are like, gotta go. You know, they're like, we want to see how fast they can run, right? Like it's like, and this is the thing about it. When you are not in the space, and this is why, and that's why I'm telling you even now for some of the Cancerian energy, I can see this being potentially a difficult energy for Cancer, because the Cancer new moon, remember when I said it feels like a molting moon? A Cancer new moon, like a Cancer new moon in Cancer season, can sometimes feel like nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You know what I mean? Like I feel exposed. It's like I told you, it's like the shell. It's like the shell of the crab coming off, if you will, right? So it can feel a lot like ah. But this is the thing. But this is the thing that we see, and this is often what happens right now. This is often the journey that is very similar for Sagittarians and Cancerian energy, because this is a card I associate with the Sagittarian journey. And this is a card I often associate with Cancerian lessons. You know, they're the Cancer and Sag look at each other like we're not that different, you and I, right? Because it's the energy or the understanding that when we feel vulnerable and we run, what do we miss the possibility of? We miss the ability to heal a wound of intimacy, right? It's the space of allowing oneself to be vulnerable, right? And when we are able to sit in our vulnerability for a moment, when we're able to express it, we offer another person the ability to hold us in it, right? And this is often why those with Sagittarian or Cancerian placements sometimes go through a little bit of that difficulty point as it relates to feeling isolated. Like, you know, I like to point out, like, you know, like Cancerians and Sagittarians are always like, yeah, like they withdraw when they're feeling vulnerable. But when you withdraw and you're feeling vulnerable, you make it impossible to be held there. So we see even now, and this is clarification between the Hangman and our Page of Cups in its reversal. See, there's that Lover's card. So what do we see? And this is what's really beautiful right now for a lot of these temperance relationships that are coming into being. It's the acknowledging of the vulnerabilities, right? And it doesn't mean, right? And this is what we talk about with a healthy ego. A healthy ego is not one where you make it seem like you are impenetrable, right? A healthy ego is not one that says, nothing can get to me, nothing, you know, it's not those moments. It's not the energy that says, my healthy ego is great, I've just like gotten, it's like, it's giant. It's no, like, it's the ability of saying, oh, I'm not that great, it's not my strong suit. It's not my strong suit. Like, we're gonna do a little work here. I need a little bit of fine tuning, right? The ability to articulate on what we need help with allows us the space of another that says, actually, and this is what's happening, what is happening in the modality of when we are able to articulate upon our vulnerability, what do we allow for the possibility of the counterpart to offer the missing piece? I can help you with that. As it just so happens, I'm not good at X. I happen to be an expert at X. I am not good at Y. I happen to be an expert at Y, right? It is the counterpart connection that we're able to find through the articulation of our vulnerability that reveals the healthy energetic ego. It is not the one that makes one feel like one must be perfect all the time, but it's just the identification of understanding where the work is. Now, the problem with this is unhealthy relationship will often make us feel like having any vulnerabilities at all is the problem. And this is why we see for a lot of the energy right now, you can understand why some of that energy moving into divine union may be feeling like this, may be feeling like a very, I keep on saying like there's a lot of, it feels like there's a lot of irony that's potentially coming through. But the reason that we call it irony is it's something that hurts as it's revealed to us, right? It's the understanding of something that arrives through wisdom that recognizes. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, right? Like I keep on hearing these are relationships where others are healing from situations where another person was arguing with them or telling them that they were not perfect. And that something about the space of being like perfect, like I keep on hearing, never, like it's not about being perfect. We're never perfect, but it's very easy to sometimes try to utilize perfection as a reason, right? Because I keep on hearing it's what we do in the space of our not perfect, right? It's the identification. I keep on hearing we put iron towards our lack of perfection, which means we identify where the work needs to go, right? Like it's not the space, and that's probably the thing I keep on seeing, which is when we say that we're not perfect yet for something, we don't utilize that for a reason in terms of not doing it, right? We don't lean back into it. We stand straighter within it, right? We work on it simultaneously. So that's why I keep on saying that for a lot of those magician relationships, that's why I feel like there's so much of that frustration that's being released because they're moving in accordance with a healthy energetic counterpart where they feel fully seen. And when we feel fully seen, we are embraced in that because it's the energy that sees us and at the same time of seeing us understands. Like I keep on hearing it's almost the energy that says like looks towards one another, sees the imperfections and says to each other, that's nothing a little elbow grease can't fix, right? Like that's what the magician counterparts are saying to one another. That's nothing a little elbow grease can't fix, which says with a little bit of work, we can continue to work towards that and make it energetically perfect, right? It's the identification that when you say this is where the work needs to be, there's nothing a little elbow grease can't fix, because it's the ability of being able to recognize and identify what it's going to take to energetically get there. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, now, clarification between our Nine of Wands in its reversal and the Nine of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify. Empress energy in its upright. And so what are we identifying here? What we're effectively identifying is these are spaces and places wherein the masculine and feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, is talking towards and embrace possible. And what's so beautiful about that, and this is why I felt like this is a heavy alignment day, because it's working through the space of vulnerability. It's the ability to identify and recognize the strength of that vulnerability. Because all I keep on seeing here, especially with the Empress energy and the Nine of Pentacles, it talks a lot about, and I keep on hearing the gift of vulnerability that focuses the strength of intention. So this is a lot of the energy deep within divine union, having those heartfelt conversations, talking towards a lot of the space in terms of being able to recognize and navigate the significance and importance of holding the self energetically sacredly. And so that's what I keep on seeing that's happening in those modalities. those spaces and places wherein both masculine, I just want to show you here because we've got masculine in their strength card today, right? And this is why this is going to feel somewhat different for masculine and feminine. I just want to pause on this, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, right? This is the masculine energy talking towards feminine about what it feels like to share their feelings. And I always like to point this out. I pointed this out when I was teaching on this card in our Tarot Church class subscription. You can find that class if you're a subscriber over on my Substack. But the beauty of the Strength card is not about heavy lifting. It shows the strength of someone putting their hand into the mouth of a lion, which is talking towards the strength. Like this is often what it feels like for masculine, doing that work in relationality to sharing feelings, right? The ability of giving another their vulnerable part, right? The feeling of saying like this is the aspect of self that I hold most closely to the self. But this is why we build into that space of openness and healing. Because when we're able to do so in that way, we see that this is the feminine that honors the vulnerability of the masculine. And we have to talk about this, right? Like we have to talk about the responsibility that masculine and feminine hold for the space that we find the energy in. And this is why, I don't truncate any of this space of saying all women, all men, all masculine, all feminine. Because when you go into that modality, when you look towards another energetic frequency with cynicism, you've devastated your own manifestation goal. You've already done it, right? When you're willing to just push all of that over the side and articulate and say it's a conducive problem with everyone, then you don't allow the space to provide the context of healing. So this is why we see that this is a lot of the feminine that sees the masculine. What is the masculine doing? They're going through that work. They're trying to open up more, right? And this is the energy of the masculine that says to feminine, be patient with me. This isn't easy. But that doesn't, and I need to point this out, this isn't the masculine saying, wait for me to be ready to do so, right? This isn't the masculine saying to feminine, wait for me to be ready to do so, because that could be a day or 100 years. This is the feminine that sees the masculine doing that work. This is the feminine that understands the difference between someone that says, be patient with me, as they watch them trying to do something that feels impossible to them. And in the moment that it feels impossible, it becomes the stabilization point. Because that's the feminine that says to masculine, you're not trying, you're doing. Trying is a qualifier to something you're actively doing, right? Remove the try. Try is you being hard on yourself as you're trying to do something for the first time, right? And so that is the training wheels energy of feminine helping the masculine feel the sure footing, doing something that for a great deal of time masculine was told was oppositional to the masculine being in the full embrace of the masculine energy. And you have to imagine how difficult that is for masculine energy to be in a space where they never learn to get stronger in something because someone told them that they should just suppress it all the time. Well, we see that a lot of the feminine is doing that same work. The feminine is saying the space of feeling, not having to feel like the feminine working towards that space of saying, my vulnerability is a gift. My vulnerability is a gift and my standards are a gift. But there are those who will punish me for having them. Because in the space that a feminine is punished for having standards, it is the articulation of someone that does not hold the feminine energetically sacredly. So that's the feminine that's working on that space of feeling that says, never am I felt more safe and secure and my vulnerability more held sacredly when another takes the time and is patient with me, right? The time that is given in order to give those standards to another. Because in the modality of seeing someone that holds our standards as our own, that is the feminine that feels the space of finally being able to flourish in that embrace. So there's a lot of that energy right now to be within divine union essentially building into the context of the meaning and the sacredness of that vulnerability. Continuing to get clarification between our Lover's card in its reversal in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright. We've got our Two of Pentacles in its upright. So this is a lot. This is what I meant. This is a very, I keep on calling it, it's like a molting moon. But the reason I'm calling it a molting moon is because there's an exorbitant amount of Cancerian energy that we just came into recently. All right. We've got Mercury in Cancer. We got Jupiter in Cancer. We've got a bunch of planets in Gemini, which can often feel like a lot of the overwhelm in terms of having to navigate many things happening at once, and many things happening at once, and then all of a sudden you feel very energetically vulnerable. It can feel like a lot. But that's why we talk about the space of being able to amplify and articulate what it is that we need help with, right? The ability to articulate like what we can do. I keep on seeing like it is the identification point of, and I keep on seeing the vulnerability in terms of expressing, and I keep on hearing expressing needs. I keep on hearing the difference between needs and demands is what I keep on identifying that is occurring right now with a lot of this energy. And I will tell you right now, I'm going to be completely honest in what I'm seeing. I see some potential separations that are also occurring in some of these modalities right now, right? Whenever we have alignments like this, they either can talk about energy that's shifting deeper into union or energy that's falling back out of it. But I keep on hearing the space of understanding the difference between like a need and a demand is the reverence point that you hold another's vulnerability, which is the space that like I keep on hearing if it isn't too much trouble, it's a lot of that work that you have to kind of like work through in relationality to what is possible, right? It's like working through like what is energetically functional. And so everything I keep on seeing there, and I like to point out, and this is the thing about it, we don't leave enough space to honor, we don't have any space to honor vulnerability. You know what I mean? Like it's unfortunate we can't have those moments. We can't call and say I'm having a vulnerability day. But sometimes we all feel it. Sometimes we all need it, right? Like it's the feeling. It's often, and I feel like there's a lot of this here that I want to say like it almost feels like there's a lot of I want to describe it as like a lot of egoic shedding that's happening today. But that's what's beautiful in relationality to like egoic shedding. It often helps us move more into the space of our authenticity. But this is what I like about this, because for a lot of these relationships that are starting to form right now, how are they introducing each other to one another? They're basically saying like, hi, I'm not perfect. You know what I mean? They're saying, hi, I'm not perfect, right? Like and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing that one of the ways that the energy right now is identifying themselves in separation is the ability to, I keep on hearing the ability to cognate on the vernacular, which is really interesting. They're saying the ability to cognate on the vernacular, which is talking about something in a way that another person knows what you mean about it, right? It's like cognating in a way where another person says like, no, I understand exactly what you're saying. Because I keep on seeing if like these are energies that are having conversations in relationality to what it is that they're seeking in partnership. And another person's just looking at them puzzled, like, what are you talking about? Right? Like this is the energy, like this is coming out of that Gemini season, which is like a little bit of that energy saying like I keep on seeing they're teaching each other things in the best ways possible, because it's the energy that says, I'd like to learn more about that, right? The space of being able to articulate upon what one is seeking knowledge on versus energy. I keep on seeing like this is the energy. Like I keep on seeing this energy, like feeling like there's space of someone saying like you're too much effort, right? Like someone being like, oh, or somebody saying like, I don't know why I keep on hearing this, like someone being like, oh, you're one of those or something like that. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's like, again, like someone who's kind of coming to the door demanding vulnerability. And then another person starts talking towards what it is they're seeking. And they're just like, and I keep on hearing it's like the forced rejection in relationality to another person that is, I keep on seeing like identifying the space of someone that isn't necessarily energetically considerate in relationality to what it is that they want to shape. Because this is like, I keep on hearing that these are relationships that understand that a healthy relationship is like, it's like a sandcastle. You talk about what it is you're seeking to make sure that another person is simultaneously also wanting to build in that same space. And if another person comes by and like tries to kick it and goes like, oh gosh, like no, like I don't have time for that. That's the energy that says, well, then that's your manifestation goal. You're not looking to create something with another. You're just looking, you're just effectively energetically looking like you're looking for, I keep on hearing like you're looking for something, like you're looking, I keep on hearing no fast pass into partnership, right? Like no fast pass into partnership by flirting the possibility of rejection is what I keep on hearing. No fast pass to partnership by flirting the possibility of rejection. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Swords in combination with our Empress card. Here's that Page of Wands energy. And I like this because this is for a lot of the energy right now. And this is what I got to tell you. This is something I see that's effectively profound, that's happening for energy that's moving deeper into divine union. There's a beautiful gift that's happening for some of the energy coming into divine union, that they're seeing something. They're seeing something about the past in some way, shape, or fashion that would have devastated them had they not been in energetic connection. There's something that they're seeing that would have devastated them, but it's the ability to see something as one moves deeper into divine union that feels like that is the art. Like I keep on hearing that's the energy that says it doesn't bother me. It's like I keep on hearing like it's that water of the over the bridge moment, because it's the energy that says it's fine, because that's the energy that talks about or talks towards the celebration of working towards counterpart, where the pain that something one experienced feels diminished in recognition of the celebration as it relates to what one is receiving. You know, I keep on hearing the message, the guides give good medicine. Sometimes we only arrive to understanding of things when we have a portion of healing within us, that it's something that feels like it will fortify us, not devastate us. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And final card for the energy deep within divine union between our Two of Pentacles and our Page of Wands energy is we have here our King of Wands in its reversal. So, you know, one of the things that we're seeing that feels, we keep on identifying, one of the things that we're seeing that feels so energetically fundamental has to do with the amplification of being able to speak upon something and feel stronger in the ability to communicate it. And this is the thing that we often see. And what's beautiful about this, and I hear a lot of the energy deep within divine union, having very attenuated conversations as it relates to the misconceptions that masculine and feminine hold in relationality to what the other sees as a sign of energetic strength, right? And I keep on hearing that masculine is clarifying from the misconception that other masculines hold as it relates to what feminines see as strong, right? There's a lot of this energy. I keep on hearing like, this is some of that magician energy that's moving into divine union, and it's working to dispel. I told you it's working to dispel because it's the energy that understands if the masculine was like feelings, those you don't need those, just get rid of them, right? Like the energy, somebody being like, I've never figured out what these are for. I just throw them in the trash. I just throw them in the trunk. I just leave them there. I have no idea. No, I don't know. They're pesky. They're annoying. They get in the way of things. Just get rid of. Just try not to feel them too much. Right? It's the energy, like working and being like, who did that? Everything's a gift. Every part of us is an energetic gift. You don't say, oh yeah, we just got to get rid of those. We don't like them. It's too much work. They're too confusing. They're too undefinable. No. Just get rid of them. No. Let's figure out how to do it. Like let's draw lines. I think it's a lot of the energy of the masculine, like working to heal the power of the ineffable, which is the space. The only way you can heal the ineffable is if you let yourself feel things. The only way you heal the ineffable is if you allow yourself to feel things that feel like they overwhelm you. Welcome to the ineffable. While for feminine, it's working in the space of being able to articulate on the ineffable. For feminine, it's the ability to articulate on the ineffable and be like, what are you talking about? No, it's not being so mysterious. And this is this is why, like, feminine tells feminine, masculine likes it. Masculine likes it when they don't know what you're doing. Masculine likes it when you're like so mysterious. And then masculine looks at feminine being like, am I being mysterious enough? And masculine is scared. They're like, masculine is like, what is going on with that person? And then there's feminine, and the masculine's like, I need to pretend I have no feelings. I need to pretend I have no feelings so feminine will feel like I'm strong. And then feminine sees a masculine with no feelings and goes, I'm scared. Are you okay? So this is what we see. These are the energies that, building into the context of healthy union, start to release the misconceptions of what strength is, because it's the observation that feminine sees masculine in a space of being able to articulate their feelings and not be controlled by them. And the feminine says, that's the strongest person I've ever seen. And when the masculine is able to see this feminine that is able to take something ineffable and just tell them what's on the menu and what they want, the ability to just be clear about what it is that their needs are, and the feminine healing from being punished for having needs at all. This is how we effectively heal our connection to the ineffable, because it's the feminine that is allowed to feel the space of having energetic personhood and being honored in that space. And it's masculine being able to be in their emotional self and be celebrated and honored in their same space of masculinity. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Bottom of the deck on today's reading. Yeah, here's the thing. It's Four of Cups and it's Four of Pentacles in its reversal. The thing about this, I'm going to put it this way. Remember when I said this is like a molting, remember when I said that this is like a molting moon? This is like soft shell crab energy today. Okay? It's soft shell crab. You caught me at a very indisposed time. Everybody's feeling it. We're all going through it in different ways, right? And so I don't want you, please don't take your vulnerability out on another person today, okay? Don't take your vulnerability out on another person today. You'll thank me, because you're gonna be like, you caught me in a moment, right? And here's the thing, today's that moment. You caught me in a moment. It's a lot of that energy where it's like, I keep on hearing that first, give yourself a minute, because I gotta point out, we still got a lot of energy in Aries. We got a lot of energy in Aries. We got Mercury about to move into Leo, okay? And I'm not saying, listen to me, I'm not saying if you're encountering something that feels like audacity, I'm not saying that it's not validated. I'm just asking you to give it a minute. Okay. I'm just I'm just asking you. I am sincerely, here I am. Oh, I am begging you as your reader to just give it a minute to settle in for a second. Okay. Just let it anchor in the feeling. Okay. Before you react to something today, because it's everybody's feeling a little bit extra sensitive. Okay. So when we're able to understand that, we can articulate, be like, you caught me at a you caught me at a moment, and saying, maybe potentially even saying, are you available for this? Like moving more in the space, like, like just be mindful of others' energy right now, okay? Because I feel like there's a little bit of this energy here, because it's working through. It's like extra, like this is the new moon in Cancer, this like extra vulnerability. That's why I wrote in my article, it's plumbing the depths of vulnerability, which means, listen, we are strong enough to plumb the depths of vulnerability when we communicate from the space of working through it instead of reacting to it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Also, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. I will walk you guys through the history of that card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you through the spread applications, how to interpret that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to show you a very unique spread you can take with you from that class to help you channel the messages in your own readings in relationality to the work to be done when that card arrives. I also want to let you guys know, and all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber to my Substack, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Class Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we've been studying prior to the next class occurring. But now's a great time to join if you wanted to do some catching up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned thus far or anything we're actively studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to, should you choose to receive it, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage towards moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding member or a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information or any new offerings. Speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a personal class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage it if you purchase a series that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages. Congratulations to, let me just see who's on the list for today. Congratulations to Betty. You got our highest gifter today. And, oh, actually, wait, let me confirm that. Kath got the highest gifter. Kath, you got the highest gifter today. And thank you so much. And Betty, you got second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 7th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation. 8th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Jen, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Also, friends, we're at 38.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Channeling. I was going to say it sounds like you're using a voice line. I'm okay right now channeling. We'll see how long I can go. And Amelia, thank you for those gifts. And thank you as well. Conscious Cat, thank you for the follow. Afif, thank you for the gifts. Happy new moon, Conscious Cat. Lottie, I'm struggling, please. Sending kindness and ease for you, Lottie, today. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Bon Bon, thank you for the follow. I feel spirit of the universe is trying to really drill this message down to us. Sending you support, Lolo. My service dog passed. Oh, Lottie, sending you so much support. Make sure that you're in a space that you're grounding. Make sure that you're working. Make sure that you're hydrating. Make sure that you're talking to others. Okay? Sending you so much support on this journey, dear. Oh, thank you so much, 555, for being here and receiving these messages. Saying this type of communication would have been nice as a child. Sending you so much support, channeling. Conscious, what if you're confused about your relationship? Whether you're in or if your relationship is for you or not. Well, consciousness, that's what we often try to do with a reading. In relationality, to reading on the energetic challenges that are occurring in the relationship. Everything is possible to heal, so long as there's mutual agreement on what needs to be healed. I hope that helps. And Alex, thank you for the heart knees. Thank you. Good. Hi there, Eros. I know I'm very sultry today. We're doing the ASMR version of the Divine Energy Update. It's just, I feel like the Cancer new moon happened. I was literally last night, I was writing about plumbing the depths of vulnerability, and then I wake up to this. It reminds me of an old rap song. We got to check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. Exactly. Beautifully said, lovely Kathy. I love that. And Hina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for helping me reach my crown gold path. And Alex, thank you for getting on the list. Empress Ava, thank you for the follow. Turquoise, thank you for the follow. BB, thank you for sharing the live. Excellent. Sag rising, Cancer, Stellium, Mana, this might be a moment for you. It might be intense. Make sure that you're not reacting. Make sure you're articulating through it, not reacting to it. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey. Cooking. Ending my situation with the Cancer today. Lottie, Cancer rising, Chiron. I feel a crab being ripped apart. Yeah, I mean, again, I want to tell you, I want you to honor I want you to honor the vulnerability right now, right? And just communicate to others, say, I'm in a very vulnerable space, right? Just talk to the vulnerability, ask what the vulnerability needs, you know? Yep, I'm not going to overdo it. And Jeremy, thank you for those gifts. Thank you for the follow. And thank you, Dorothy, for the follow. Generally, I'm Cancer midheaven. My bestie's birthday is yesterday. She's Cancer sun, Cancer moon. Oh, birthday blessings to you, Generally. And thank you for those gifts, North. Thank you, Generally, for the follow. Lottie, I only ever felt truly seen. Oh, by my dog. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Lottie. I know our companion animals, they have a connection with us. It's very unique. I've been practicing tarot for about 30 plus years now, so it's been a minute. Thank you for the compliment, Emma. No problem, Amelia. So we're going to get started. You're the first person on our list today, I believe. Actually, Nikki's the first person on the list, but you'll always be on the hold. Actually, technically, Emily's the first person on the list if Emily's here. But if you're not available, we'll put you on the hold list, and you can come back at any time and have your reading. Dorothy, to get a reading, all you do is send a donation, but I believe you already sent it. I know I've got a little bit of a frog throat today. Thank you, and thank you as well, Dorothy. Grand Rising, Elisa. I will be live for quite a bit right now. So the next couple of hours. Alex, thank you for the baby dragon and getting on the list. Thank you for the help, Fig. Your standards are a gift. Have to claim, Alex. Does being on hold? Yep, anytime, Amelia. Yep, anytime. I'm usually here daily. I usually am only off 1 or 2 days a week. No, don't apologize for the questions. Never apologize for questions. Yep, absolutely, dear. You're welcome. Gemini season and placements. Feel like a pinball machine, I know. Thank you. And Brianna, thank you as well. I love your rings. I got myself a Caria ring yesterday. Ooh, I'll check it out. Very cool. And thank you for the help, Big. Page of Wands. Well, lovely Cappy. Here's the thing. We grow, like, it's like we grow up when we identify, like, the work, like, where we're putting the work in, you know? And I'm going to tell you right now, I want to show you this. Like, I see energy, like, moving forward. I see energy potentially falling backward right now. And that's what I meant about navigating vulnerability in a way that feels energetically expansive, not energetically triggering. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Welcome, love and light. Soft shell crab, exactly, Bean. Yep, I got you, Dorothy. Yep, I got you. So now crashing out. No crush. I mean, like, here's the thing. If you feel like you need to honor your vulnerability by crashing out in ways that are supportive to your manifestation goal, is what I keep on saying. Instead of being sassy, I just send an emoji. I like that. No, Bridget, bad Bridget. I like that. Hi there, Itzy. Thank you for the collective reading. You have a blessed day. Thank you for the help, dear. And thank you for being here, receiving these messages. I know. I mean, again, I feel like the Cancer new moon got me. I just literally wrote about feeling vulnerable, and then this happened. It's all right. It doesn't feel too bad. And Karen, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Kath. Hi there, Betty. Excellent. Happy new moon, Alex. All right. Thank you for the follow, Defem. Thank you for the compliment. All right. You're welcome, dear. I know. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm okay, Nikki. How have you improved since the first doing how have you improved since first doing tarot? Oh, like vastly. like, like a lot. I mean, I feel like I can I feel like the important thing is being able to build the energetic connection point, you know? And I feel like when you're doing it, much like everything, you start to build a personal parlance with the cards. So I definitely feel like the vernacular that I've had with the cards has definitely, like that's the thing about it. You know, the deeper you build the connection to the cards, the more that vernacular starts to appear. Grand Rising, Team Masonic, good to see you. And thank you for the follow, Amanda. I'm okay. I know I do feel it has improved. It's the same. I am. I do need to get some warm tea. Hi there, Oracle Erica. How are you doing today? Oh, that's so kind of you, channeling. All right, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots left for today. I might close the list. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later, because I do want to leave some time to rest my voice today. I am going to call the list off right now. The first person on the list for today is, I've got here, Emily. Emily, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. A mixture of ginger and honey, absolutely. Thank you, Kath. All right, second call right now for Emily. Second call right now for Emily. Okay, if Emily is not here, the next person on the list for today is, hold on, let me just adjust the whole list. One moment. All right, if Emily's not here, the next person on the list, I did get you on the list, Bridget. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 44.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, and I believe, Nikki, if I'm remembering correctly, if you're here, we were going to be doing a dream interpretation. Yes! Okay. Yeah, I thought you already if you already posted it. If you didn't post it already, I'll wait. I'll be happy to wait for you to post it on the Discord. We'll just pause. I thought you posted it yesterday, but that would have been that was potentially my mistake. No, I'm not seeing it there. So, all right. Excellent. Yep, I'll bump you for now so you can type it in the Discord. I mean, or if you want to do another reading, I don't know why. I just assumed it was a dream. I like that. I'm like, Nikki, it's a dream, right? Hold on a minute. I'm going to read over the list. Next person we're reading for today is Amelia. Amelia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Okay. You're not wrong. Okay. Amelia left. Okay, Amelia is also on hold. Excellent. All right, Amelia is also on hold. The next person we're reading for today, that would put Bridget next. Excellent. Okay, yep, that's totally understandable. I'm looking for Bridget then. Bridget, I know you're here. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, guys, we are at 46.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K and 50K in no time. Okay, highest priority messages, please, for Bridget. What new moon energy do we have for Bridget today? 4 cards, please. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, here's the thing. Like, this is saying to me, like, this is giving me some absolutely not kind of energy, you know? Like, I gotta stress this. This is like, this is feeling like a bully-free zone, you know? But I also feel like I've got a guide around you that's like really proud of yourself, proud of you. Because I keep on hearing like, I feel like I feel like you are some kind of space. And you were saying this one, like I keep on hearing someone say, it's funny too, because I hear someone in spirit literally saying, "You'd think you were a fisherman the way they were baiting you." It's like I keep on hearing. I don't know who that. I don't know who's saying that. I don't know who's saying that in spirit, but there's like a masculine energy in spirit that keeps on saying, "You think they were fish? You think you? They're going. You think you were the fisherman the way they were baiting you." Is all I keep on hearing. You know, like there's somebody here. Like I keep on getting like it's interesting too because it feels like an energetic protector. You know, it feels like an energetic protector, and it's funny because the message I'm getting from spirit is somebody saying I never left your side for a minute. Is all I keep on hearing. I was there with you every step of the way. Um, it's interesting because a lot of this message is just coming through in spirit right now, in terms of like, and I keep on hearing like somebody say like you carried yourself in a way that made them proud. Is all I keep on hearing. Um, I gotta tell you. Um, I gotta walk you through a lot of the messages that are coming through, and I think I told you that there's somebody in spirit that um, was trying to like I keep on hearing like they were trying to make you energetically stronger is all I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing like somebody saying like I know we weren't never necessarily saw eye to eye, but I also knew what you were up against is all I keep on hearing. You know? And I keep on hearing them say like, you know, that ability of like not like not like tolerating something, but also like I keep on seeing like not indulging someone, like not indulging someone, like not giving someone the indulgence of letting them know that they get under your skin. Um, I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing someone say I've been trying to talk to you in the dream space about this, which is why I keep on seeing somebody say like and you know I'm just gonna walk you through something here because um, I'm getting the energy of someone who had some kind of tendency of like not really caring what others say in the space of saying I won't get in the conversation over something silly is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like it says to me like this is giving me someone who's like very stoic. Like it's giving me a lot of it was giving me a lot of stoic energy. But that's what I meant in relationality to this space of healing in some way because I just keep on seeing you like articulating to another and saying I don't, like I see you being an energetic protector in some way, you know? And often I keep on hearing energetic protectors, have to be in the modality of not caring what others say, right? It's not picky unless it's important. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels like you had to like, I feel like you had some kind of energy. I don't know if you felt like some kind of shift, but I almost feel like there was something about you being somewhere that you noticed a shift in the difference between someone like seeing you and almost coming towards you and trying to say like, allow me to explain, you know? Like that's the thing that's interesting. Like I almost see some kind of situation of someone saying like, allow me to explain. And I almost see you shaking your head and being like, we're way past our explanations, you know? Um, I keep on hearing like there's something important um, as it relates to, I keep on seeing like, not like, I mean, I think that's the thing that's so valuable about it is, and that's why I keep on hearing that there's someone, um, like, there's someone in spirit that just feels like they keep on saying a message of them being so proud of you because you didn't, like, it says to me, like, I think it's the continuation on some of the readings I saw, which is the difference I keep on hearing, like, the difference between someone that just wants to fight versus someone that wants to have an honest conversation has to do entirely as to whether you hold the same things dear. And I just keep on seeing some kind of situation where, like, I just see some kind of situation where it's like you were like the gravitational force by which another person like understood that, you know, like I feel like I keep on hearing the word non-apologetic coming through. And I like to point this out. When we're non-apologetically ourselves, I feel the first word that often comes out of our mouth is, what do you have to say for yourself? Right? I keep on hearing this. Like that's what I keep on seeing that a guide was seeing when they saw how you were carrying yourself, which is when you're unapologetically yourself, you look towards another and say, what do you have to say for yourself? Because it's the expanse and vibration of saying that you weren't gonna like you weren't trying to convince another person. You weren't trying to convince another person why they should. I feel like I see you saying you should just should. I can't. I hear you saying like I'm not going to get in a conversation to teach you why you should care. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles. You know, I feel like there's something. I don't know what this is. Like I see some kind of situation that would have made you feel disempowered, but instead I feel like you kind of looked at it in some kind of way, and you just like I almost see you like looking at towards another and just like almost like feeling sorrow for them because I'm almost seeing like that space of conscientiousness, like the sorrow you hold is like I almost see like I feel like somebody's like saying to me like they saw you look right into their soul, which is like it's like the like I feel like there's something that they did that they like some I see somebody saying something that they thought would provoke you, and I just keep on hearing that you looked at them with such sorrow is all I keep on hearing. Right? Like it's saying to me like it's the sorrow that says like, and I keep on hearing someone like scratching their head on it and being like, what was that about? Because it says to me like I feel like that's what I meant about something having energetically shifted. which is like, I just keep on seeing, you know, like I keep on hearing a message from like your guides and someone in spirit saying like, like, you should be, I know there's something that you feel like you could have handled better, but they're saying to me that they're very proud of you in relationality to how you've handled something. You know, I keep on hearing sometimes in our silence, we give another a lot to think about, is all I keep on hearing. Something about, like, I keep on hearing the message, sometimes in our silence, we give another a lot to think about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person left for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for here on this app, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also, we got to 50K. So we have to do the 50K giveaway. All right, one moment, please. Okay. Where were we? I love that. Yes. I just love my family, so that's fun. Sending you so much support. And Bridget, thank you so much for those roses. I love that. Yes. And Key, thank you for those gifts, and thank you for recharging your heart, May. I felt that. I felt like I was playing Grand Theft Auto all week. That's great. Oh, you seem happy. That's wonderful. So happy to be going home. Sending you so much support, dear. Yes, my father. She already did. Yep. Thank you. Oh, what giveaway? Yes, thank you so much, Witches. We already did that one, but I appreciate you, and so good to see you here. Guys, make sure you give Witches a follow. And thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, dear. Yes. I feel like, you know, we're like, it's the energy right now, Witches, right? I told you, I just wrote a whole article about it. It's like plumbing the depths of vulnerability. Was there freezing during that reading? But that's what I feel like that was inclusive in the reading. Like the feeling of you freezing someone, like it says to me, like I keep on hearing, I don't think you meant to. Like that's the thing that I keep on seeing. It's like I keep on hearing you looked at someone with sadness and they froze in it. Because I keep on seeing someone be like, what did they see? That's wild. Water off a duck's back now. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. I unapologetically walk away. Sending you so much support, Bridget. It froze once for me. Hi there, Miranda. Good to see you today. Is it still frozen? Are we still having that issue? I'm so glad I moved away. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I need to rebalance my cortisol levels. I did really well. Well, you got at least 2 people in spirit that think you did a bang up job. Hi there. Yes, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, my mom told me my father sold his wedding ring 6 months before he died, and I was devastated. Oh my goodness, that is intense. Sending you so much support, Bridget. Remember when I said I got the message, allow me to explain, right? I would make sure that you're paying attention to your dream space, is what I keep on seeing. Remember when I got that message coming through, allow me to explain? Yeah. Like there's something important to recognize there, especially as it relates to somebody like, yeah, thank you as well, Alex. Thank you, Witches. Thank you as well. Yep, you're not frozen anymore. Oh, yeah, I mean, thank you, Sunshine. All right, we're going to continue. Is it still freezing? I do want to confirm to see if it's still freezing right now before we continue. If it sometimes, listen, it could be the fact that it was just freezing for that dream. Okay, okay. Interesting. 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 Okay. Remember, like, okay. So, okay. So, Bridget, the freezing was something that was happening specifically during your dream. So just, I mean, during your read. So just be very, pay a lot of attention to that, because like it feels to me like I keep on seeing it's like there's something, it's something, there's something more about that message and relationality to the freezing. Thank you for letting me know. And Sunshine, thank you so much for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on, before we continue, let's do an intuition check. Let's do an intuition check. All right, and we also have to do the 50K. Hold on, we got a lot of stuff we need to do. It's all right. We're going to get through it. Okay. You're so welcome, Sunshine. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do an intuition check, and then we're going to do the 50K giveaway, and then we're going to do Nikki's reading. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is our intuition check. I have got a card here. I am going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your insights, into your impressions, into the comments, and let's see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Witches, got it. It was the hair. Well done. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. All right, let's do that 50K giveaway. All right, I am going to think of a number right now. I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 54. First person I see to post the number will have the reading. First person I see, not the first person to post it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No. 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 Oh, Grace. Congratulations, Grace. You got it. Thank you guys so much. We will do that again at 100K. All right. And that is Cinnamon, Grace. Hold on 1 minute, because I know we got other Graces in here. Thank you so much. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, now we're doing Nikki's reading. 1 moment, please. All right. And is this outside tea, Nikki? Just let me know if this is outside tea. And thank you for the follow, Grace. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take one more person on the list for today. You'll be the 5th person read for. HC, these are readings based on donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to read for you. Outside tea, perfect. All right, outside tea. I think my guides are trying to communicate something to me in my dreams, but I'm not fully remembering them. Lately, they've been filled with tons of random people, faces I don't recognize. In, I think, 2 of them, I was dating or intimate with random people I don't recognize. Mind you, people I definitely wouldn't be attracted to in real life and didn't feel any attraction to them in my dream. They were just random dudes I don't recognize. Even in my dream, I had the awareness that they weren't actually my partner. I still knew who that partner was. In one memorable dream, I was like unclothed, maybe showering with a random person, and random people were outside and they could see me through the window. I felt really exposed and uncomfortable that they could see me. In another one, I was in work setting and there was this huge buffet, trying to get a plate of food together. That part also felt chaotic and overwhelming. I don't remember much else, but the energy seems relevant since I do remember these bits. I also remember being by water a lot. Boats might be significant. I feel like Spirit is trying to get a message through. I don't know what it is. Okay, can I get 4 cards for Nikki, please? 4 cards for Nikki. Highest party messages from Spirit. Yeah. It's really interesting because it's saying to me that a lot of the reason that these dreams are coming up for you right now is because you're healing in healthy partnership. And I feel like this is very much in relationality to the work that we identify is occurring as it relates to the partnership that honors vulnerability, doesn't demand it in order to facilitate connection. I'm seeing this with a lot of like, I feel like a lot of this, I feel like the energetic randomness of something that I'm seeing in a prior experience has to do with healing from unhealthy relationship dynamics, right? Like almost someone trying to get you into a space that makes it seem like it's normal to like just, I keep on saying like just building into a context of normalcy. I would not be surprised if there weren't relationships in the past that in some way, shape, or form like tried to articulate the depth of a connection based purely upon the physical connection that we have with another person. Because you'll remember how we talked about the energetic connection that feels like it honors our standards, right? So all of these dreams that are coming towards you, I feel like this is helping you to heal by giving you the context of seeing like what that was like, right? The context of someone trying to normalize the demands, like someone trying to normalize the demands that they were energetically making upon you by giving you some kind of context of saying like, you know, this is what everybody does, is what I see, right? Like the I keep on hearing the normalization of the experience of intimacy with another person, articulating that is the work that creates the emotional bond, instead of what I see that you're working on now that helps you recognize the difference of an energy that builds into a space of vulnerability where they hold that energetic connection in a space of sacredness. And I feel like what's interesting about it is I think it's really important that you identified the fact that these are people that you wouldn't necessarily feel attracted to in real life, right? Because they're almost saying to me, like, this is how you're observing a lot of those past karmic connections, right? Because when another person like demands a physical connection to us, but refuses to reveal their internal self to us, right? It often feels like a shock to the system, because it's that moment or those spaces where it's like you see the internal self and you go, you know, you're much uglier here than I expected, right? It's like the surprise of being like, who is this person? So that's all I keep on seeing in relationality to these dreams. And I think that the interesting thing that I have to note in the context of the dream that is helping us realize and help you working through some of those relationships that felt like you weren't like like the vulnerability is such that you weren't being honored, but it was something that was expected, is the space that you talk about. You still knew who the partner now is, right? Like without the context of the union that you're currently in, you wouldn't have had anything to energetically compare it to, right? So this is, again, it's showing you the work of energetic comparison, where even in the context that the energy wasn't present, you could tell the difference between the energetic bond that you have with them, where another person holds you sacredly, versus the energy of the past, where it may have felt like there was a demand from you to be able to be like I said, like to kind of perpetuate or engage in an energetic connection, but with another person that would not, like, it almost says to me like you haven't, I keep on hearing energy that like demanded an intimate connection, but almost tried to say to you, you haven't earned the right to know me yet, is what I keep on hearing, right? And that's often what it can feel like when someone is not building in a space of authenticity with us, right? They almost they hold that back. I keep on hearing like they hold that back in some way, like feeling like it's something that's a gift, but like the space of like saying, like, even in the space that someone would say, like, you haven't earned the right to know me yet, that is who they are. Like, there's nothing more to know, is what I keep on hearing. It's like that's the observation point there. Like I keep on hearing the ugliness of the energy that would articulate that another person like hasn't come into the space of having to get to of having to like you, like I just keep on hearing the words, you haven't earned the right to know me yet, which is someone who always makes you feel like there's this, like, I keep on hearing like this elusive part of themselves that they're going to someday reveal to you, until the day comes that you're like, no, that's just their ego, there's nothing there, this is who they are, this is how they always are. There's not, it's like, even in stating that, that is just the full presence of, like, that's just the full presence of the connection. Like, that's just who they are. And that's ugly, is what I keep on hearing. What an ugly, I keep on hearing, what an ugly way to build a connection. Bottom of the deck, and this is bringing us to, like, you know, that feeling, and I want to bring this into the context of, and I would not be surprised if those energies were previously in spaces that they were constantly comparing you to another person, right? Because often this is how we often try to like help others. Like, this is how others will try to remove boundaries from us and be like, I never had to put up with this with like them, right? Like that past person that's always like incredibly perfect, right? Like that past person, but being like, well, why aren't you with them? Because they used to, like, it's like keep on seeing, right? It's like the energy that's always trying to knock our standards down by articulating the past energetic connection that didn't have the standards. But it begs the question, like, where are they? If that was so wonderful, I keep on hearing, if that was so wonderful, where are they? That's what I keep on hearing. And in relationality, and this is why I keep on seeing, and what's fascinating about this is the context of the work relationship that finally allowed you to see the absurdity of it, right? Because they're saying that you are navigating something where you felt energetically exposed and other people were laughing it up, right? Like others were just like, you know, they were just benefiting off of it. They weren't necessarily seeing the pain it was causing you. They were just enjoying the experience of having something to talk about, right? Like going through, like I keep on hearing, like the rumor mill that creates something that others like to discuss. Like that is the amplification of the buffet, because it's the feeling of, again, you having to go through something that felt like it was exposing to you, and other people just talking about it and lapping it up. Like that is the conversation about you trying to put a plate of food together, and the feeling of feeling like chaotic and overwhelming, because it's giving you further confirmation of making the right decision to move away from something. Because I keep on seeing a situation of you saying, like, who could continue to work under those conditions, right? Like a lot of that space of you kind of like, I feel like the guides are showing it to you the way that they see it, to help you heal to help you honor the choice that you made in relationality to feeling what felt like it was best for you and benefiting of yourself versus something that may have felt like it wouldn't have been, like it would have been too much, right? I remember, and when you talk about water and boats, this makes a lot of importance, because you remember that we talk about the fact that when we see transportation in dreams, it can often be indicative of relationship. And so they're saying even now that that space of being able to recognize and identify, as it were, the reason that you're seeing the water in the boats is this is your view from the ship. Like, this is your view from a healthy relationship, right? The relationship that helps you see something with more clarity because you get energetic distance from it. So everything I keep on seeing here is like the reason that you're seeing the water in the boats is it's the amplification of the understanding that you're arriving to, that we can only sometimes achieve when we found that energetic union point that allows us to have that point of clarity. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Judgment card in its reversal. I feel like a lot of the Judgment card in its reversal, it's hard because they're saying, like, it's a lot of the forest through the trees, right? So some trauma we can only heal from like when we are away from it, right? Because it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that energy. I keep on seeing that your ability to recognize, your ability to identify, your ability to be able to, I keep on hearing, sorting through, and I keep on seeing like the healing of a wound of intimacy where another person holds you energetically sacredly. It can sometimes bring a lot of complicated feelings to the surface. So I keep on hearing like this is a lot of that energy being released because it's helping you identify, what, like I keep on hearing like like why I like the journey of why we stay is often amplified with the energy that says like it's like the trauma will say your expectations are too high. You're making everything energetically difficult, right? Like it's a lot of this energy that I feel was like you kind of feeling from situations that made you feel like something was the problem. But like that is like, you keep on hearing that is the nature of a traumatic environment, is it often articulates upon the fact that when we say this doesn't feel right, they say there must be something wrong with you, is what I keep on hearing. Like the embodiment of a traumatic environment is when you say this doesn't feel right, someone leaves to say there must be something wrong with you, is all I keep on hearing. So I feel like this is a lot of that healing. Thank you so much for having that healing with me, Nikki. And if having that reading with me, Nikki, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, and I keep on, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards. And you know what, the thing that's wild about this, I keep on seeing, Nikki, it's not that anything is like, I keep on hearing, it's not even the fact that there's things that are occurring between you and this counterpart that are divinely different, like very different. It's how you approach things is what I keep on hearing, right? There's something about that. It's I keep on hearing it's the energetic alignment point, right? Versus I keep on hearing like that's where a lot of this is coming through. And like I said, that attenuation point is being like further drawn forth by the fact that you notice the fact that even though their presence wasn't there, they're solely the thought of them, like changed the tenor of what it was you were seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki, and if this message connected to you as well. It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed. It is 3 cards, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I am taking those. Anyone who'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I guarantee you, my voice will probably be in better shape tomorrow. I'll tell you that much. It's going to be 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. All right. The next person on the list for today is, let me see here. I've got, all right, Amelia's on the hold list. We already did Bridget. The next person we're reading for today is, the next person we're reading for today is Alex. Alex, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. How are you doing today, official? And just a reminder to anybody, and thank you guys so much for that gift, Nikki. We're also at 57.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. How are you doing today, Chief Small? All right. One moment, just reading over Nikki's questions or comments. Hi there, Aman. I got you. 555 tap to claim, Alex. And thank you for becoming the 98th member of my fan club, Grace. Got it. I'm curious. Yes. Oh, yep. Physical was a big part of why I felt useful or important in past relationships. Yeah, you see, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like the relationship that sees you and embraces you in your facets. Oh my God, I had a partner like that, said we're not intimate enough, coerced me through guilt. Sending you so much support, Nikki. Yes, completely surprised he couldn't treat me like that. He could have treated me like that. I didn't even realize how wrong it was until I was out of it. Sending you so much support, Nikki. My partner of 8 years, I felt like an object in intimacy. He was closed off. Sending you so much support. I know it's we're a little scratchy today, Herbie. I think he was just not saying that lightly. Well, and I keep on seeing like, and you remember, healthy relationship is not one that's articulated upon demands, is what I keep on hearing. Yes, my past karmic relationship, so much comparison. Sending you support, Nikki. And thank you, God's peace, for the follow. That's so interesting. It's like a mesh of my 2 previous relationships. Well, and that's, no, I keep on seeing this. Like they're showing me the first one, the second one you told me was the most recent, the buffet one. And the one before that, the first dream you articulated, that was the one prior. So they're showing you the similarities in relationality to what was occurring, because they're showing you like what it is like. They're showing you the full immensity of the karmic relationship that you are healing from. I find it so interesting that it's about those relationships, but they're not even in the dream. Well, and this is the thing I like to point out. The space of identifying. So I like that. I got to stress this, that for when I do dream readings, there's a difference between a karmic dream. I wouldn't identify these as karmic dreams. A karmic dream is when a karmic energy comes towards us in the dream space. This is a guided dream on karmic relationships. This is a guided dream, so this is a dream being shown to you by the guides to give you, like, this is what, like, that is how they saw it, right? Like it's the observation, you're seeing the relationship through the eyes of the guide, which is why it looks so different. Oh, I used to be in a boat and around the water a lot when I was a kid. So it's also a safe space for you. It's energetic sanctuary. So it's even deeper connection. Let it go, man. Exactly. The guys are done with those past spaces. Yep, I know I can't be totally let go of it, but we're working through it. Definitely thought it was a problem. I was made to feel like that. Sending you so much more on that journey, Nikki. And Jojo, thank you for sharing live. I'm so glad that you found the counterpart to help you heal these parts. And thank you as well. My guides are creative. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing that dream with us and allowing me to read for it. I know. I'm going to take some time, V. I'm keeping the list short. The list is closed today. Anyone else who gets on the list will be on tomorrow. Grand Rising, Chiefs Mama. I'm glad you're hanging in there. Hi there. How are you doing, Ramon? And thank you, No, for the follow. All right. Next person on the list for today is... I am reading for, we're going to be reading for Alex. Is Alex still here? Did I miss it? And before we continue with Alex's reading, we're going to do another intuition check. All right, I'm going to draw another animal guide card. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. All right. Thank you, guys. We'll do that after the next reading. We're doing a general for Alex right now. General for Alex. 4 cards, please. I feel like this is like, the new moon for you of just like honoring your no, is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like this is giving me like, there's so many like, oh my goodness. Like, and I gotta tell you, like, I just gotta show you what I'm seeing. Because I just hear this like no that's like moving through. Like, it's just like it's giving me like, it's giving me like a little bit of this like energy of you being like it feels like like I feel like there's like some kind of like, and sometimes we have to go through this karmically when when we're really working on healing, which is like someone coming towards us, like offering the same thing in different ways. And it's like, I hear you being like, what kind of, like, what, like, I hear you being like, no, 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 no. Like, what part of no do you not understand? Like, I literally, like, I see you going through the scales of all the different ways, like, all the different ways you can say no to someone. It's just like, because I keep on seeing, you know, and I mean, I want to like, I need to stress this. Like, this is like, I feel like this is you just like letting go of some nonsense. You know, the song you will hear when you're letting go of some nonsense is no, 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 no. And I'm like, but I feel like there's also something really important in relationality to that, because I see that you're very, very focused on something. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like, the energy around you that's in alignment with you is not going to take your no personally, is all I keep on hearing. It's the recognition, right? Like, I keep on hearing it's not a no if you're profoundly busy. right? It's like it's a lot of the energy that I'm seeing that's like you saying like I've got to focus on something. I'm building into, I'm trying to, I keep on hearing you say like I'm trying to finish something, you know? But like there's something about that that I just keep on seeing that that's you kind of like really like, and I just keep on identifying. This is almost you saying to another person, like everything is possible in the context of time and priority. Remembering no now is a not yet, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's like it's a lot of the energy that I see you kind of saying to another. It's like patient in the best way possible, which is like the space of you identifying and articulating. And I feel like this is the only thing that I see is happening because I feel like it's helping you identify like the real energetic relationships, like the relationships that recognize and identify and don't take it personally versus the energy that feels like it's more demanding, right? Like there's almost like I want to say, I feel like you're focusing on something like you never have before. And it's creating a bit of this maturation point as it relates to the relationships around you. Um, and I feel like it says to me it's bittersweet, but it's also saying to me that there's a lot of that bittersweetness that I'm identifying is, you know, like I keep on hearing the understanding, and I keep on feeling like, again, when we're going through journeys like that, I think it'll be worth it in the end because it's the energy that says like that ability of doing so, right? Like that ability of identifying and focusing on what that is that you're working towards. Um, it feels like I see you like trying to, like, I feel like you're trying to like create something, like you're really trying to make something. And it's something about the articulation point on why it matters so much is all I keep on seeing. Like I just keep on seeing you kind of moving through this space of like like arriving towards that importance point. And there's something I keep on seeing in the communication of that that feels like it's energetically profound because I feel like it's almost like I see this being like the working through of a lot of frustration. But this is what I mean, like it's the frustration of I keep on hearing like I don't want to complain about it. I want to do something with it. You know? It's not about I keep on hearing it's not about I keep on hearing it's not about dragging. It's about uplifting. And that's the thing about it. Like I feel like you're letting go of some like you're releasing some kind of connections that feel more like the energetic drag point because it's the energy that like I feel like the energy that says like why is everybody like this is all I keep on hearing and being like, well, it's when you assume everybody's like that, like that's the first part of the problem is all I keep on hearing, right? It's like you have to surrender the expectation that like that's I keep on hearing like you're letting go of the expectation that nothing ever gets better. Like the first step is not like I keep on hearing not losing hope is what I keep on hearing as well. So continue to do that work because I keep on seeing like especially come spring, I feel like there's something coming together for you in a big way. And I feel like there's something like it feels to me like there's something about that that feels like it's going to like fortify the fact that what you're asking for isn't too much for the right energetic person. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Eight of Pentacles. I keep on feeling like you're hearing some kind of energy It's very similar to what I was seeing in the divine union update. The song that you'll hear as you're moving away from energy that doesn't want an invested connection is "You're Too Much Work." The song you will hear in someone who's not invested in building into a relationship is "You're Too Much Work," which is the space of someone saying, "Oh, you're making too many demands. Like your goals are too lofty," is what I keep on hearing. And it's like, yeah, like that's the thing about it. Like you're gonna have to. I feel like if I keep on hearing "rack up those no's" right now, because there's something that I feel like in some kind of past experience, you would have been like waiting to like convince someone that they wanted the same things as you. And I feel like the breakthrough is you just recognizing that when we tell somebody what we dream about and they say we're asking for too much, they just don't share our dream, right? They just don't share our dream. Things become a lot easier when we're able to identify, when we don't look at it and say, maybe my expectations are too high. It's just the difference between someone saying that person doesn't share my dream. And when you say, I feel like that's, I keep on hearing that is your mantra right now. I'm looking for someone that shares my dream. And the song you will hear as you're looking for the person that shares your dream is "You're Asking for Too Much" every step of the way until you find that energetic connection. Thank you so much, Alex, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the first person read for tomorrow. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment. Absolutely. No, it's a beautiful card, Grace. I'm calling this my dubbing summer. I'm saying no to everything. I love that, Alex. Can't trust me right, but get mad when I say no. Can't treat me right, but get mad when I say no. That's wild. Make it make sense. Hi there, Snazzy. Be worth it when I'm looking for my person. Exactly. Tap to claim. So true. Yes. 8 of Cups. It'll never be too much for the right person. Exactly. Sorry, you don't have big dreams. I literally journaled my ideal partnership and read it over and over, and it happened. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. Yes, I'm no longer waiting around and moving on to the next. Tap to claim. Oh, it's beautiful. Writing down also helps you see who isn't right. Beautifully said. That was spot on. You're so welcome, Alex. Excellent. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Grace, I got you, dear. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Grace? And thank you for oh, before we get started, let's do another intuition check. All right. I've got an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in. And when we get to 0, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the otter. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. Hold on a minute, Kat. You are. I've got Grace, and then I've got Dorothy, and then I've got you, dear. I hope that helps. Okay. And it sounds to me, looks to me like we are doing general for grace. 1 minute. Oh, that's excellent. All right, cool. Yeah, it's an intense place to get tatted, huh? Universe guides need me to know. Can I get 3 cards, please, for grace? Highest prayer messages from spirit. I mean, I feel like a major message I'm seeing in this reading right now is it's talking me through the space of understanding. um, I feel like you've shifted recently. There's something important I'm seeing here. Because I just keep on seeing some kind of there's some kind of circumstance or scenario um, wherein I just want to. I feel like this is how do I describe this? You know, I see. I feel like I see some kind of situation that you were going through, particularly. I want to say like over the last 9 months or so. That is like been incredibly like I just see something that feels like it was incredibly difficult or incredibly challenging. But I keep on identifying that the important thing about some of that work that I'm seeing, um, I keep on seeing a situation in relationality to helping to really focus and identify um, like what it is that has energetic meaning to you. You know, like I see some kind of situation that you went through, and like your commitment to yourself is such that you're just not letting it change you. You know, like I just keep on seeing some kind of space, and I just keep on identifying like a situation of you saying like, you know, like not allowing something to devastate you, right? Like not allowing, like having to bring a vibration to something that says like the ability to try to mollify, the ability to try to heal. It's not, you know, I keep on hearing the difficulty point is it shouldn't be conditional in relationality to what we receive. It's just the nature by which we find one another. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about that word. Um, you know, I feel like there's something that's stabilizing for you right now. I feel like there's something that's starting to finally like come into a space of grounding. But, you know, I keep on getting the message that the guides don't like, the guides don't miss work like that, you know? Like the guides don't miss that moment where another person says, like, you know, like, and I almost feel like somebody was trying to get you into more of like an argumentative space. You know, I almost see some kind of situation that feels like it was like incredibly provocative, you know? But I almost see you like working through something in such a way that like you were like bridges. I'm here to build bridges. Um, and I think that that's the hardest thing because, you know, everything I'm identifying has to do with the fact that I keep on seeing that you understand that, um, like the energy that you bring to something has meaning, right? Like the force of intention. And I feel like there's something about this that like it's changed you. Like I feel like there's something about that journey that you yourself went through that has changed you, because I feel like it's kind of set your intention as it relates to some kind of work that you want to do going forward, or a path of intention, um, to help you kind of like work or fix something, and it's interesting too because it's saying like it's a quality that you bring to things that, like, I keep on hearing others, like, and this meant like others start to store within them, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that, like it's giving me a lot of those spaces or places that we understand like what we can't let go, we end up carrying. But that's why I keep on seeing that, like, your own ability of doing that. Like, I feel like I see you, like, having learned something within yourself that you utilize to go through an experience that helps you. And I feel like that is the shape, I keep hearing that is the shape of your sharing, because that's the energy that said it had a profound impact on me. And I want to continue to facilitate upon that, because I understand how much that helps like navigate through a difficult circumstance. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Pentacles, you know. Um, I feel like you were like, you know what happened? Like I see you like having gone through some route of experience wherein you were doing something in relationality to others' expectations, and it feels like it was all taken away from you when you had some kind of space of needs. And I feel like that's like kind of the beauty that I'm identifying in something here, because something I'm observing in relationality, like I keep on hearing you say in some kind of way, shape, or fashion, like this one's for me. Like I feel like you're closing out a cycle, but the cycle is like the cycle is living for others' expectations. Like the cycle is like, you know, like working through the space of needing others' energetic approval. Because I almost feel like you went through something that you were working through, like a space of approval, and you like entered some kind of situation. Like when we're looking for others' approval, and we enter a situation where we sometimes realize that nothing we do ever feels like it's enough, we were immediately healed from it, because it's the observation that like it frees us, because it's a condition by which we arrive to it versus something that is wrong with us. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I just see you in some kind of space where others like others are like saying that they're disappointed by their choices, but these are the same energies. I see you looking at me like, when are you not disappointed by my choices? Like that's the difficulty or hurdle, like when another person like looks towards us, um, to fulfill their needs, instead of talking about how proud they are of us, right? It's like that energy that feels like it's conducive in being able to express the meaning that allows for the extension point by which we can heal. So I feel like I feel like there's energy trying to give you advice, and I feel like you need to circumvent. Just be like, you know what, I appreciate it. Here's what you could actually do. This would actually be helpful. Like having to say to someone, like, I understand the intention by which you're trying to give something to me as it relates to advice, but if you really wanted to help, this is what would be helpful. And often you can learn everything in the difference between like whether someone takes that and runs with it, right? Like whether someone tries to give you their feedback, but then like is saying like, okay, but that's not helpful, this would be helpful, and like whether they like shift or whether they walk away is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my live. If anyone gets on the list today, you will be read for tomorrow. The list today is closed. If you'd like to be on the list, you can, and you'll be added to tomorrow's list. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Deep. I appreciate that. And Kay, thank you for the follow. One moment, please. Something round. I like that, Nikki. You're welcome, Kath. Thank you for those gifts, Grace. I think he does have a ball in the picture. Now that you mention it, I have to check. Really big awakening. Thank you for confirming. One moment, please. Just reading over Grace's comments. Hi, Gregory. I went to Master Reiki. Conditional, yes. Resonating for serious. I've been really getting into my art. Thank you for confirming. Hold on a minute. Just reading over the comments. Yes, absolutely. Excellent. Hold on. I just need to catch back up. And thank you, Kate, for the follow. This reading totally resonating here. I'm a healer who needs to work on my own healing. Well, I feel like that's what most healers do, right? Like that is the way the work that we work in service of. It's the healing of the self that helps those around us. Yes, you have a beautiful day as well, dear, and congratulations on winning that. All right, hi there, Danielle. All right, next person we're reading for today is I've got Grace on the list. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person on the list for tomorrow. Hi there, Danielle. And how are you doing today, official? All right, second call right now. Oh, I'm looking for Dorothy. Dorothy? No, I misread. It was a Grace because I wrote the name twice. That was my mistake. We're not looking for Grace. I'm looking for Dorothy. All right, if Dorothy is not here, we are moving forward to Kath. Oh, we got Dorothy. Never mind. Okay, perfect. All right, we've got Dorothy. Can I get 3 cards for Dorothy, please, General? 3 cards for Dorothy, please, General. There we go. I see you in some kind of situation where you're just surrounded by unreasonable demands, is what I'm seeing here. Like there's some kind of energy I'm seeing around you that feels like, I'm just identifying, this feels like I'm going to put it this way. I want you to be very clear in relationality to what your manifestation goals are right now. And I want you to have like a very strong boundary that those that are coming towards you with their needs also express what their manifestation goals are as well. Because, we don't project our anxieties onto those that we care about. We communicate through them. We don't react to them. And like that's what I'm identifying here. I'm just seeing some kind of circumstance or situation where there's at least 2 different energies around you that feel like it feels like it's demanding energy. And how can you tell demanding energy? Demanding energy is going to talk about how like you're disappointing them, but without giving any clarity as to what would energetically fix something. So I feel like there's something really important for you to recognize and identify in relationality to what feels like a productive conversation. Because, um, like, this is the thing that's wild about it is I see some kind of situation where someone hasn't like necessarily like changed that much. And, you know, I keep on seeing somebody like it almost feels like someone who has like a tendency of perpetually like airing grievances, like um talking about what they don't like or working through what bothers them. But that's why I keep on seeing, um, make sure that the conversations that you're having with someone, like I keep on hearing, you can't be the source. You can't be another person's solution. They need to be their own solution, is all I keep on hearing, which is the observation of another person, like talking about the frustrations that they're experiencing, um, but not but not like it's giving me some kind of energy that is in some way, shape, or form like trying to say to you, like you were right. But there's a difference between someone saying you were right versus I'm doing something about it, is all I keep on hearing. Right? The difference between someone saying you were right and I'm doing something about it is somebody taking, I keep on hearing, somebody taking responsibility, for the things in their life that they're working to resolve or they're working to heal from. Because, like, I keep on seeing, we don't, we don't talk about our life like they're problems to be worked through. We talk about, I keep on hearing, we talk about the work we're trying to do to fix things. So I keep on hearing, just be very conscientious if someone comes towards you, like trying to articulate that, like they need, like, I keep on hearing there's no need in a healthy relationship, right? We talk to each other and we say, like, we support each other through our decisions. And that's what I keep on seeing in relationality and like as it relates to a relationship or the context of being supportive, which is like make sure that you're articulating healthy boundaries with another person. Because I keep on seeing like people, like I keep on hearing people are not solutions to problems. We fix things because we aspire to fix them. We don't, like, we don't say, like, we don't look towards another and say like save me. I can, we don't look to another and say like save me from this awful place. It's the space that we like understand and we are empowered to identify and recognize what we can do that feels energetically supportive. So make sure that you're articulating upon those like boundaries, is what I see. Because I do feel like there's something about some kind of conversation you're having that, like, I keep on seeing like feels like it feels like it almost feels like it blurs the lines instead of clarifies them. Yeah, right. Like if another person tries to blur the lines, like I feel like those are those moments we say like let's be clear about them. is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that modality, because everything I keep on identifying is like, I feel like you want to make sure you're having an empowering conversation with someone, which is effectively giving them the tools that they need to do the things that they need to do, right? I keep on seeing, like, like a light, like we don't live our lives in the context of looking towards another to be our energetic salvation. We talk about how we're trying to fix something. We talk about how we're trying to resolve something. So if somebody starts to come towards you and they're talking about something that's very energetically messy, make sure that, like, I keep on hearing, like, make sure that they're not pulling you into their mess in the process, is what I keep on hearing. Make sure that you're being very clear in terms of what they can expect from you, in terms of being energetically supportive, versus what they like, versus how they need to navigate situations. I keep on hearing, and that exists in the space of constructive. I keep on hearing constructive conversation instead of criticism. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Dorothy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things they don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is Kath, but I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 61K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. You're so welcome, Grace. Oh, sending you support, Fig. I just met with a friend from 26 years ago again. We had emotions come back up. He's having a rough marriage and wants to be friends. Thank you for confirming. Kim, thank you for the follow. I don't want to cross over the line. Yeah, everything I'm seeing in that reading is make sure if someone's trying to blur the lines, like, you have to be very clear upon the lines, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing you're not the escape hatch to another person's energetic experience. They need to move in a way that empowers, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure that you're not approaching something that is creating further confusion. And thank you, Jocelyn, for the follow. Yes, you're spot on. We've stopped talking and then we talk again. It feels good to talk and be around. You're so welcome, Dorothy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me and wishing you the best of luck on your journey. All right, Kath. If you're here, can you? Oh, I see you. So we're Kath. While we wait for Kath's question, we're gonna do another. Spirit-led intuition check. I've got a card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets closest to the Animal Spirit Guide card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have the hawk. Thank you guys so much. We will do that again. We will do that again when we get after the next reading. All right. Kath, can you let me know if you were doing a general or if you have a specific question, dear? Highest priority. I got you, dear. Highest priority, please. You got a lot of cards out. Give me a minute. I mean, I feel like there's something really important in relationality to this new moon in Cancer energy that feels like it feels like a reflection point. in relationality to how far you've come. And I just keep on seeing that um, there's something really important, because I keep on seeing that it feels a lot like there's a conversation point um, in relationality to like it's interesting because I feel like you're deviating from some energy around you as it relates to how you approach um, like some kind of issue, you know? Like that's the thing that's interesting about it. Like I just see you kind of having a conversation with someone and almost saying to them like, yeah, I don't subscribe to that narrative, you know? Like, and I keep on hearing like you saying that you don't subscribe to another person's narrative is the energetic start of your practice, is all I keep on hearing. You saying, I don't subscribe to that narrative is the start, is the foundation of some form of practice. Because I just keep on seeing that it feels like you're taking some kind of different approaches. It feels like you're identifying and recognizing, um, like, and I feel like you've got something here. Like, and I feel like I almost see you in some kind of situation or circumstance that, like, you're following your intuition, but then, like, I keep on hearing, like, the nice thing about a hypothesis, like, a hypothesis is intuition that is proven, right? The hypothesis is the proven intuition. So I'm identifying that you're just kind of going through a modality where you're recognizing and identifying that you're following through on a hypothesis, like you're doing something that you felt intuitively led to do. And you're seeing, like you're seeing the results about it, you know? Like you're not, like, I keep on seeing, like, you know, you're not taking another person's word for it. You're being very energetically observant. And I keep on seeing that, like, that's the definition point between words and action, right? The space of being able to see the difference between, like, someone refusing to talk about something versus someone doing the work to try to build something in a way that feels like it's better. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're having productive conversations, especially in the space of navigating through vulnerability, which is like if someone is coming into that space where they're being vulnerable, like say to them, like, thank them for it, is what I keep on hearing. Say, like, look, I really appreciate that. Like, I want that to be facilitated. Um, but everything I keep on seeing here at the same time is telling me that, like, more than anything, the big focus of this reading that I'm identifying right now has to do with something, I keep on hearing something in the realms of the professional, because I just keep on seeing that it's like it's following your intuition on something, and the intuition that becomes practice. It's the discernment point. And I keep on hearing too, it's the discernment point between, and it's also something that you, like, experienced. I feel like it's something that you experienced firsthand that's giving you some kind of heightened clarity on something, you know? Like, I keep on seeing that there's something about this. It's like the conversation that you're having with another that almost feels like it feels reaffirming, because it's a recognition of another person that says, like, that's a really interesting approach to it. That's a really interesting perspective. I hadn't thought about that before. And that's what I meant about the comparison of something where I see you going through an experience where you're seeing like the way something should have occurred versus where some kind of trauma happened, right? Like the adaptability of seeing someone move through something and appreciate something you're giving them versus someone saying like, how dare you? Or taking, I keep on hearing like taking offense at the smallest grievance. So I keep on hearing like, make sure that you're like putting that into practice. Make sure that you're recognizing and identifying what feels like the supportive and helpful conversation. Because everything I keep on seeing here, like I feel like there's some kind of hurdle that you've overcome, but the hurdle you're overcoming is, I keep on seeing like the space that effectively, it's interesting because they're saying the hurdle that you're overcoming is identifying the spaces that honor your intuition, which is the moment of another saying, I really appreciate that insight, versus someone that just says, you're wrong and you're silly for having it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords and its reversal. I just see some kind of situation where there's so many, I gotta stress this, like, I feel like there's a lot of energy around you that is projecting their fear, right? Like there's a lot of the energy that is trying to articulate upon something from a state of anxiety. But that's why I keep on identifying that, like when we're moving towards something that's productive, we don't like we don't we don't project our fear. We articulate through it, because when we articulate through it, we're able to be energetically productive. We're able to like be focused in terms of what a solution is. But like I said, if someone is articulating in such a way that they're feeling energetically fragile, this can often be like, this is often like, I keep on seeing, like, I feel like you have to say to someone, like, even if you're worried about something, like, our job is to, like, be energetically strong. Like, I see you almost having to say that to someone, right? Like, that is where the work occurs. It's like, I keep on hearing, it's like having conversations with another on what it means to be a pillar, right? And when you're a pillar, it means that like you don't become reactive in relationality to energetic fear. You articulate through it and you navigate in such a way that it fortifies, right? Like it's like the conversation that you have with another that says, this is what you could be doing better. So make sure if you're having conversations like that you're articulating from the space of critique, not criticism, right? It's the energy of saying, I'm going to start, like, I'm going to tell you, like, I see what you're trying to do, and I want to give you something that I think will be helpful to you. You know, especially as it relates to like somebody working through their anxiety is all I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open for tomorrow. You'll be the first person read for tomorrow. The next person on the list for today is Ramon. Ramon, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a journal reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment, please. I should have typed bird like that. Thank you for the follow, Lil. I've been thinking about someone who tried to reconnect and reminding myself why their access is denied. Understood. All right. Yep, not welcome anymore. And well, here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like there's something I'm seeing in the space of work that is reminding. It's like, it feels like it's reaffirming something there. That's the thing about it. Like, I feel like it's like serving as a reminder in some way, shape, or form. I sound like Marcel. I'll take that. I love that movie. Marcel is very wise. If it's work related, yep, the hurdle seems to level up. Exactly. Work mates energy, and yeah, they're anxious. Got it. I can relate. Yes, I almost say to be strong to one of my colleagues, but there's someone who's really, it feels draining. I hope that helps. Thank you, Pat. And that's what I meant in terms of like having a conversation with someone being like, I think that this would help. You know what I mean? Like trying to like create the context of giving them something that feels like it can move them into that space. All right, Amelia, I'm happy to read for you today, dear. And the list is closed, so anyone else who wants to be on the list will be added for tomorrow. You're so welcome, Kath. Um, and before we continue with the readings, we're going to do another animal spirit guide card. All right, I've got the card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in, and I'll let you, and we'll see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the blackbird. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. We're also at 62.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting the reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Okay. So Amelia, as soon as we're gonna do Ramon's reading, and then we'll come back to you. Okay. All right. Oh, you want me to take the other? When you say take the other one, you prefer I do Amelia first? Just let me know, dear. No, it's okay. I'm just trying to confirm. Okay. Okay, got it. All right. 4 cards, please. Ooh. And 2 more. I mean, I feel like there's something important I'm seeing as it relates to mutual manifestation goals. You know? And I feel like there's, I feel like there's something important to speak towards. Yeah, I mean, there's something really important in relationality to this here because, you know, there's something important to be observed. Um, as it relates to being able to have a productive conversation on what feels like it is balanced. And I want to make sure, like, I keep on seeing, you know, like there's something about the way you and another person communicate that needs to be resolved here. It really does. I'm just going to be honest what I'm moving into, because it feels like a healthy relationship does not exist in the space of ultimatums. Like, I'm not sure that's coming through, but it's coming through over and over again. Healthy relationship doesn't come through in the space of ultimatums, which is like, you know, it's something I keep on hearing. It's something that needs to be like mutually determined. And that's what I keep on identifying here. But I'm not sure what happened between you and another person. Um, it's, I think that there's something about some energy that's around you that feels highly impressionable, is all I keep on hearing. And the difficulty point when we're building into um, like impressionable has to do with the energy that I keep on hearing. What is impressionable energy? When we say yes, we say it from our chest. We shouldn't have to say yes because we're afraid of saying no, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like that's really important um, in relationality to building healthy partnership going forward. Either trying to heal with this person I see you coming into separation with, but also something to carry with you moving forward, which is, you know, the ability to articulate and define the things that we aspire for should be ones, like I keep on hearing, it requires the confidence in the self to be able to articulate clearly upon needs, not to feel like one is in such a space of desiring to please that they hold anxiety in being able to be in a space where their no is honored and appreciated and recognized. Um, so make sure that you're doing that work moving forward. Make sure that you're talking to someone and saying, like, what could I have done differently? What could I have changed? Because I keep on hearing that you being receptive to another person's pain, to the fact that another person may hold a vastly different experience to you. This is how we build healthy communication, because it's the observation of, of the force by which we understand that we can inhabit the same space, but be having vastly different experiences. And the healthy partnership is one about attunement, which is existing within the space of the same reality, over like going through something and feeling like we're sharing that together, as opposed to those energetic situations or circumstances where we recognize that another is drifting away because what they feel is happening or how they're experiencing it feels vastly different than the vibration by which we ourselves are feeling it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Justice card, right? Even when we come into separation, we can work towards balance. And I see, like, we work towards balance by honoring, I keep on hearing, honoring the pain that another person experiences. which is those modalities or moments that say, I didn't know you felt that way. I didn't know that that was something that was bothering you, right? Because I keep on hearing, when we are in that space, when we are ignorant to another's articulations, right? It's not the energy that says like, oh, like, this will like go away. It's the energy that we sit with patiently and say, how can we make sure that we're having the same experience? This is what is the foundation of a healthy relationship. It's not the energy that says stop asking for different things. It's the articulation of understanding what two energies need to bring in order to make sure that they're existing within the same reality. So I feel like this is a very important lesson for you to take with you, both as you facilitate healing with this person in whatever fashion you choose to do so, but also as you take with you as it relates to navigating forward into other relationships, if that is a true direction that you take as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ramon. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages will be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the next person. You'll be the first person read for, and the next person on the list for today is going to be Amelia. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. You're so welcome, Kat. Got it. Oh, I know. You got the dragon a couple times ago. I know. I saw you, Nikki. Excellent. Thank you as well, Kat. Good to see you today. Yes. Also, kind of look alike. Who? Who is that? I'm so bad. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody. Oh, post it in the Discord. Post it in the Discord. Oh, her daughter refuses to do anything unless Marcel asks her. That's adorable. Thank you for this for also resonating with this reading, Meg. NBC, thank you for sharing the live. Yes, thank you. I didn't think I was hearing because of my anxiety. Yes, I hope that helps. And I keep on hearing, like, I keep on identifying, like, there's something about that conversation that you're having with another person. It's just saying to me, like, it's understanding and honoring the space of being able to communicate, right? The space of having the feelings honored, but also being able to share them. Like, I keep on seeing, like, there's something about that is to talk about. I feel like it's like working through something in such a way that you're also feeling like, I feel like the ability to, I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one where our no is honored, which is to say, like, we don't take it personally. It feels like the vibration by which another person like focus things on another person's comfortability. All right. Oh, and don't be, I didn't realize it was the same person. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about. All right. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, I like her. All right, sweet. And sending you so much support on that journey, Ramon. All right. Got you. Can I get 3 cards for Amelia, please? I keep on hearing somebody feels like they can ride it out. Like I've got some kind of energy here that, like, it feels to me like, I gotta stress this. This Cancer new moon right now has everybody in this like state of like very high sensitivity. And I feel like I see somebody in some kind of state that they're keeping their energetic distance because they're like kind of afraid of what they're gonna say. is what I keep on seeing. But I also feel like there's something to be noted in relationality to you and another person, as it relates to, and I keep on hearing, we don't walk away from difficult conversations. And if we do, we articulate about the fact that we're going to come back, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like we don't leave someone guessing as to like where we've gone, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone. Like I keep on seeing someone who's like, oh, I just needed to cool off. And I feel like you have to say to them and be like, I don't know, I'm not in your headspace. I don't know what's happening. When you do things like that, you have to energetically communicate like what it is that you're trying to do. Now I gotta bring this up. It feels like this is a pattern now. This feels like this isn't the first time it's happened. And especially if you've had conversations about this and it continues to happen, I keep on seeing that there might be like, you know, like the difference between someone articulating that they're going to change versus actually changing is the space of seeing progress. And I feel like the thing that you have to start to talk to them about is saying that when someone articulates that they're going to do something differently, but then they continue to do something like in the same exact fashion as they did before, we start to lose faith in what they say. And so I keep on seeing that that's the kind of conversation that you need to have with someone. Because I see someone who's like completely confident that everything is fine between you and them. This is just the way, you guys are. And like, I feel like that's the thing you have to say, like the ability to, like, I keep on hearing, there's no breaks in a healthy relationship, right? The healthy relationship is not one that should require a break from it in order to fix it, right? So make sure when they come back, it's a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment, right? Make sure it's not a moment of someone who's like waiting and saying, are you done yet? Right? You have to say like, no, we're going to pick up exactly where we left off. Walking away from a conversation does not make the conversation go away. I feel like you have to articulate to someone and say, like, that is what we need to heal from now on. Like that is, and that's, I keep on hearing, you're building resiliency into relationship, which is to say, if we're talking about something difficult and you go away, you come back, we are exactly where we left off. There's no fresh start. There's no new beginning. Because make sure someone is not like articulating to you the fact that they like that they want to put work in, but like that they have that energetic fear of commitment there. Because I keep on seeing somebody who like really likes something the way that they, especially if these are conversations in relationality to where a relationship is going, especially if there's something about the conversation in relationality to where the relationship is going that's bringing a little bit of this energy here. Because this could be showing me mismatched manifestation goals with someone who feels like everything is exactly how they want it to be. And then when you articulate that this isn't something that is satisfying to you because it's not where you desire to be ultimately, they break away and then you guys get to start again. So make sure that you're not having a lot of that, like no like restarts, no begin again, And that's the energy that says, like, time does not heal the wound. Time just puts a place marker in it to identify where the work needs to begin. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and again, if this is a situation where someone refuses to do that, you have to accept that these are the conditions by which they're identifying they desire a relationship, right? Like, this is the relationship that's available to you, but it's not if you're everything can be fixed. Everything can be fixed so long as there's mutual agreement on where the work is. So be very conscientious if every time you try to articulate that you want to work on something or you want to fix it, if they keep insisting that there's nothing wrong, then that is a song of the fact that you and them want very different things. If you are continually saying to them something is wrong, and they're continually saying there's nothing wrong, stop bothering me, that is the song of you and another person wanting very different things in relationship. So that is the ability that you have to recognize and identify that it's not something that you can fix entirely on your own. You cannot fix anything in relationship solely by one person. Because if you're articulating that this isn't okay, and they're saying, stop nagging me or stop bringing problems here, that's probably because the relationship is exactly how they want it to be. So I have no doubt in this reading, I see every indication that this person is going to reach out again. I keep on seeing, you guys have been through this before, this is I keep on hearing, this is just, I see somebody who's nothing is different. This is just the way you guys, this is the nature of the relationship. But, I feel like the thing that changes is the conversation that you have when they come back. So as I mentioned, it's not a chocolate erase moment. Make sure it's a big moment. Thank you so much. And I'm Marianne, sending you so much on that journey. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We've reached the conclusion of the daily of the reads for today. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. 6 years is a long time, dear. Sending you so much support on that journey. That's so spot on. I always say that, and he chooses silent treatment. Sending you so much support, dear. Yes, 6 years continuously. He hates conflict, but causes it by not communicating. Well, and that's what I see, right? Like, a healthy relationship is okay. It's like how you navigate conflict together, right? You can't say to someone, I'm going to go away if there's any conflict, because that's the energy that says, like, if you have any needs, if they're going to be a problem, right? It's like, don't make sure someone's not saying, like, if you have any need, and I don't tolerate any conflict, and if you have needs, I see it as conflict. Make sure someone's not doing that. Yep, constantly stuck in limbo, and we argue because he needs space, but he doesn't consider me at all. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Could also be set, yes, very helpful to set timelines. Like, you have an hour, then we need to talk. Exactly. Thank you. So BC, I think you just sent some, you sent in for a reading. The amount for a reading is actually, I think I have to double check how much you sent. Oh, did you? Thank you. Oh, no. Is that for tomorrow, dear? Were you getting on the list for tomorrow? I just want to confirm. But I definitely see the fact that they'll reach out. You're so welcome, Amelia. Yep, and Mick, thank you for those heart knees. Yes. Thank you guys so much. Spot on. It sounds like we're having the chat when he decides to speak to me. Well, I keep on seeing, like, make sure if that's the energy that comes towards you and says, are you finished yet? Be like, no, we have to pick up. We're not, we have to pick back up, right? Time does not erase work. It just defines where you need to start again. Oh, thank you, BC. I appreciate you. All right, I've added you on the list for tomorrow. Excellent, Amelia. Welcome. All right, we're going to get into one card readings for subscribers now. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like an animal spirit guide card with your reading today, just re-up your heart needs, and I'll be happy to give you a card as well. And if anybody wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so, and you'll be the second person read for. Spirit led for Haley, please. Highest three messages. Haley, make sure that you're staying very focused in relationality to what it is that you're building towards. You know, I feel like this is, I gotta stress the thing about a little bit of this like Cancer new moon energy is it can allow like a lot of like the insecurities of the self to rise up. Bottom of the deck, yeah, every insecurity, fortify it with an affirmation. So you can't talk, no negative talking of the self right now. For every negative, I want a positive, okay? And one card, Animal Spirit Guide for Haley. Yeah, the owl energy, right? Understand like this type of energy with this new moon, the Cancer new moon, it can bring a lot of that insecurity to the surface. One card regarding connection for Chrissy, please. I mean, I see some kind of energy that feels very positive in some way, shape, or form. I'm not sure if this is something, I feel like this is, like, I see someone looking at something that you sent and, like, feeling positive about it. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Like, it feels like, I feel like they were looking at something and they weren't sure if there was still a connection between you and them. And I see somebody who's like, feels like their eyes have opened to possibility. One moment. Animal Spirit Guide card. Yeah, I feel like make sure, like if there's a situation where you're energetically communicating with another person, make sure that you're being clear in relationality to what your manifestation goals are. Is what I keep on seeing. Like, don't assume communication means that you're on the same page. That's all I keep on hearing. Okay. Squad, yes. Bridget, one card on love, please. Animal Spirit, highest priority, please. There's something really important, and I think it's interesting because it has to do with the space that you were just in as it relates to a situation. Like, I feel like I see you departing from a situation and recognizing how much you've changed is what I keep on hearing. And how have you changed? Yeah, you're not apologizing for yourself anymore is what I keep on seeing. Like, I just keep on seeing a situation that, like, it feels like a celebration of self because you're not apologizing for yourself. Bottom of the, and one card, Animal Spirit Guide for Bridget. Yeah, especially with the adder, right? Like, I see, it's like, I feel like you're holding your head high. And when you're able to, like, articulate and amplify who you are and what meaning things have to you, it allows you the context by which you can be seen by counterpart. So I keep on hearing, like, even this is further work towards alignment because it's the definition and identification of seeing what that meaning is and feeling like that sense of being able to be, I keep on seeing like being energetically protective in relationality to being able to articulate what has meaning to you that allows for a lot of that alignment. You're welcome, Haley. Highest priority for love and light, please. Highest priority for love and light. Don't get frustrated with your progress right now. Don't get frustrated. Everything takes time. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, remember, when it comes to manifestation goals, always patient, never waiting. So make sure that there's none of this like wait for me energy. Like recognize the energy that's like working fundamentally on the self, right? I keep on hearing it's like, and I keep on seeing too, it feels like there's something coming through really important as it relates to the difference between, I keep on hearing like needs and demands, or that ability of being energetically supportive in a way that feels like it, like I keep on seeing like it allows for the context by which you're able to collaborate with another. I keep on hearing a good collaboration feels like one that there's clarity. Like I keep on hearing clarity of what it is by which you're providing one another is all I keep on hearing. One moment, please. Yeah, the animal spirit guide you got, love and light, is the earth dragon, which is it has a conversation about vulnerability, right? Like we earn, like trust is something that's earned. It's not something demanded of us. And so I keep on seeing that there's something about that work that says like it almost says to me like it feels like it's a professional reading, which is like, the nice thing about working in a professional space with someone is you don't have to take their word for it. Like you can trust their sources, or you can go towards those who have also like worked with them in some way, shape, or form. Is what I was hearing. And I keep on seeing that as it relates to partnership, that's the understanding of the energy that doesn't feel like they're trying to rush a process. One card for Nikki, Spirit led. Yeah, I feel like a lot of, like I told you, these Cancer new moons, they can bring a lot of the insecurities rising up to the surface. And I feel like a lot of that is coming through to you in the dream space. But I keep on seeing that, like, your own ability, like some kind of observations and relationality to karmic journeys, we can only see when we have a method of comparison by which we can receive them. Yeah, and that's a lot of that energy as it relates to like working through the intimacy wound of finding your energetic peace, right? And identifying how hard it was to be able to find it given the context by which you arrived towards something. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the blackbird, right? Like often in those moments where we identify that something's wrong, right? The trauma will try to say that we're the source of the problem. But like I just keep on seeing that this is you kind of arriving into the circumstance or situation that helps you recognize and identify what feels like it is productive to you. So it's the energy of being able to be held preciously in that space. So continue to do that work. All right, Ella, I got you, dear. Highest priority for Ella, please. Yeah, Ace of Swords. Just continue to work right. Like don't like just focus. You'll get it done. I keep on hearing if you've got a lot to do, prioritize. Prioritize what you need to accomplish when you need to accomplish it. Yeah, don't get overwhelmed right now. Get grounded, right? Like it's giving me like it's a lot of that like yeah, it's like you got double sword here, right? Which is like it's giving me a lot of the energy of saying like, like the like jumping. Yeah, like it says to me like there's something about you jumping out at an opportunity or being able to arrive to something. It feels almost like a delightful surprise in relationality to something that you did a while ago that's coming into fruition. You're welcome, Haley. Fig, one card. Yes, I got you, dear. Okay. Yeah, I keep on seeing, I feel like everything is about, I keep on seeing everything, all the work that you're doing right now, like feels like preparation. Like everything I see that you're working through in some way, shape, or form is allowing the context by which you're building in. I keep on seeing like some modality of like stabilization is what I see. I keep on hearing like I feel like it's like you're being extra cautious, but that's the vibration you need to be in, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, right. Only by preparing for the worst can we hope for the best, is what I keep on seeing. Right? It's like I feel like you're shoring up you're shoring up the resources in that way. All right. And animal spirit guide for Fig. Yeah. You're empowering someone in the amplification of being able to make the choice that is best for them. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it feels like I keep on seeing it feels like an energetic relief point, because you're giving someone the confidence in being able to navigate their choices. Excess. These are animals. These are one card readings for subscribers. If you'd like to subscribe, highest priority for BC on the new moon energy, please. Oh, we got two cards coming out. Um, it's giving me like I feel like there's something about this right now that is giving you like a broader focus in relationality to like a determination point. I feel like the gift is giving to me, like, I feel like there's something about this new moon that's giving you the gift of clarity, you know? Like, it's saying to me, like, I feel like there was something that you were doubting yourself on, but this feels like it's, like, I feel like it was something that you were, like, in too much in your head about, but this feels like it's like, I see you being like, no, it's like, I shouldn't have doubted myself, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the Justice card. I feel like I see some kind of space where you're learning to like honor your choices. Um, even and like it feels a lot like learning to trust your intuition on things. Yeah, especially with the Ren, you know? Like there's something really valuable that I'm seeing in relationality to um like trusting yourself. You know, like I almost feel like this is like forgiving yourself for doubting yourself with the right energy. Thank you, BC. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Yasmin, one card on love, please, for Yasmin. Hold on. Oh, 1 minute. One card on love for Yasmin. Yeah, especially with the Five of Cups and its reversal. I just see a circumstance or situation where you're identifying, like feeling and letting go of like like some kind of need to be perfect. Healthy relationship does not demand perfection. Healthy relationship does not demand perfection. But often unhealthy relationship will articulate a lack of perfection to identify trying to build it like trying to change us in ways that we don't desire to change. You know, like I feel like there's something that you're moving away from that was asking you to lower the bar. And this is a reminder that healthy love will always teach you to raise that bar. Thank you, Yasmin. Good to see you today, Ruby. All right. Again, we don't look to the cards for autonomy, but can I get energy around that circumstance or situation? It feels like it's going to take time. Like it feels like it feels like there's like I keep on hearing like Like I keep on hearing having to articulate and amplify why something was exceptional is what I'm identifying. Yeah, make sure, I keep on hearing, like make sure that you have a, like you're bringing everything is what I see. Like I keep on seeing like a lot of that is like I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing the word exceptional around something. So make sure that you're doing the work to articulate why something was exceptional. Thank you, dear. I know, I like that Nine of Cups with Bridget. Morgs, your subscription's ended if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Bridget. It's okay, excess. Matt K, good to see you, dear. One card, please. I feel like this is you kind of coming into some modality of being able to be open, feeling like the ability of finding a place you feel comfortable, you know? Like this is a journey of you trying to fit in. And I feel like a lot of it is identifying, like sometimes we have to find the places we don't in order to find the places that we do. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially a magician. Like I feel like if you're trying to bring if you're trying to bring new ideas to a place that others are just trying to maintain the status quo, it's never going to go the way that you hope. So this might be a good modality of kind of articulating and helping you identify what it is that you're energetically seeking. Particularly as it relates to like where you want to be or where you want to find yourself is what I keep on seeing. All right, and an animal spirit for Kay. Yeah, the fox, right? I'll know it when I see it, but you're also identifying, like I feel like I see you going through some things to kind of figure out what's not that. Thank you for resubscribing, Morgs. Bella, you're Belladonna, you need to be a subscriber to have a card pulled. Thank you for the help, Fig. You're welcome, love and light. One card on love for Kelly. Make sure that you're identifying, like I keep on hearing clarity in all things. The healthy relationship is one that we just bring clarity to things, right? Like the open information. Bottom of the deck, especially with the three of wands and its reversal. It shouldn't feel like we have to check on what someone said or double check someone. Like especially with this like throat chakra, make sure that you're being clear in like as it relates to like building consistent communication in order to be able to receive same. So make sure that you're articulating, like I keep on hearing, not criticism, but being constructive in relationality to like what you can fix in order for another person to meet you in that same vibration. Oh, that's exciting, Ella. Sending you support, dear. I got you. One moment, please, Ava. That's a great point. When are we going to be done with these? I mean, the intimacy wounds take a lot of time, Nikki. Yes, fine tuning. One moment. All right. And one card on love for Ava, please. I feel like you're in the vibration of finding the right energetic connection, especially if you're doing that work on working on the self. Like focusing, I keep on saying focusing on the self right now is actually bringing love to you. Bottom of the deck, I see you like working in some space like quantity over quality, like quality over quantity, like utilizing more discernment, being more, and I keep on hearing the relationships is for you is going to appreciate your schedule. They're not gonna expect you to be there at the drop of the dime. They're gonna like expect you to be able. They're gonna give you that consideration in terms of being able to build ahead with you. Is what I keep on hearing. And one card for Ava. Yeah, especially with the salmon. like identifying the difference between energy that says that they want something, but then they don't work in accordance to it. Looking for the embodied manifestation. Feels good is good. One card for Liz, please. One card for Liz. This is new project energy. This is fresh start. I see you like starting something new, breaking new ground, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Swords. You know, I feel like I see you taking new approaches to things that, like, especially in the space, I keep on hearing, like, especially in the space of identifying and articulating, like, what it is that you're energetically seeking. Like, I just keep on seeing that, like, it's about, like, I keep on hearing, like, talking towards a space of confidence and also, like, working in such a manner that I keep on saying, focusing on solutions, right? And say, like, the problem we identify is a solution waiting to happen, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, Liz. You're so welcome, BC. I'm so glad to hear that. Sending you support, Ruby. Oh, yes, hold on. I just saw you renew your gift here. All right. You're so welcome, Kay. One moment. We got the clear manifestation for you, Ruby. So that's saying to me, like I said, being able to articulate and identify like what like this is a good moment to manifest or talk towards like what it is you're trying to create for yourself, making sure that you're writing things down, like what you ideally would desire. Marie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you, Fig. I got it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. You're so welcome, Kelly. Morgs, I've got you. General guidance, highest priority, please. We got the 10 of Wands in its reversal. So make sure that you're just being practical in relationality to like what you're bringing to situations to make something energetically easier. I just keep on seeing like something about being able to, like I told you, like working through this Cancerian new moon energy can bring a lot of vulnerabilities to the surface. Make sure that you're talking through them instead of reacting to them. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Queen of Wands in its reversal, this energy can also trigger others a lot right now. So give someone the benefit of the doubt, but also like I keep on seeing like don't jump to conclusions in relationality to what another person meant by something, because I told you like it's a lot of this vulnerability right now. Everybody's feeling it. You're so welcome, Masa. Oh, sending you so much support, Ruby. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of the readings today. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. I should be back on at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile and there is a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on the notifications, but also if you want to be doubly notified, because sometimes those notifications don't go out, you can head over and register directly for the event tomorrow. I'll have it, it should be posted there already. If you just joined as a subscriber today, welcome. I would like to encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. And if you would, and again, if you sign up, if you could use the perk in there, you'll get that additional discount. It's a great time to sign up. You have a few weeks to catch up on those classes. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages today. Huge thank you to my followers. Your ongoing support means the world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. Hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.